welcome again, ladies and gentlemen, and viewers, our YouTube viewers and our Sky 83 viewers, to the official coverage of Matchfit events, Magello 450. I hope you're all having a lovely Sunday afternoon and you are up for some high-octane racing here at the beautiful Magello circuit here, not too far from Tuscany in Italy. Viewers, it's going to be an awesome afternoon. I'm Davo, and as always, whenever we are live, I have J-Man right by my side. How you doing, my friend?
Good afternoon, actually.
Well,
A little bit old habits die hard. It will be evening at some point throughout the coverage. But, yeah, welcome aboard. And thanks for, once again, Davo, for having us and putting this on. And I'll tell you what, already sort of just tuning in, you and I be getting organised for this. So welcome aboard, as Davo said, to everybody tuning in today, albeit whether it's Sky 83 Face TV or the YouTube. In for a massive afternoon here. This one's been building up a lot of anticipation and suspense coming into this one.
Yes.
And I tell you what, I get the feeling that this one is going to be a special one. It's going to deliver. We can already see, I mean, already launching in here today, getting proceedings. And we were early, Davo, weren't we? And I think 17 of the drivers, the predicted 50-odd drivers scheduled for this one here today, 17 of them beat me in. And we were early, so really looking forward to this one. And look, there's a lot to unpack today throughout this, obviously, hence why we have come in during this practice session, and we will get some pictures to you shortly on that. But Davo, what to expect here from the Matchfit team and GAMAFLARE and our partners in Supercars NZ here today? What have you got going? I can see some beautiful graphics up on the screen. So, look, the powers that be have really supported us big time on this one.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Look, well, for starters, as you can see in that graphic, the drivers have plenty to play for, or race for, here today at Magello in the Magello 450. $3,000 up for grabs, obviously with the top three taking the lion's share of that. But look, yeah, prizes all the way down through the top 10 and even a bonus one, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But yeah, plenty going on. We will get, as I think we do have quite a few cars out on track. We are going to start to get some vision for you here, ladies and gentlemen. So let me just do that right now, and you can start to see what a spectacular day it is here at Magello with, like J-Man said, we have over 50 entries for this race. We expect at least high 40s here today. Look, and right across the spectrum, I suppose, for want of a better word, with skill levels here, some very highly skilled GT3 specialists, right down through to some, some first timers here with Matchfit events today at the Magello 450. So a good spread of skill sets, so it should make for some exciting racing and an exciting day. There'll be a lot for us to unpack, particularly with potentially 50 cars on track, J-Man.
Yeah, so already in the mid-30s already. And look, so I guess we need to cover off early in the session. We'll probably do it multiple times throughout the stream as new viewers come to light through either the YouTube or Sky 83. But yeah, it is the Magello 450. So based on that, what we know is as the drivers get out there and start acclimatising themselves to the conditions out there, I mean, they've had plenty of opportunity as well throughout the weeks leading up to this. We've been running servers, and the guys definitely know what to expect out there. However, 450 Ks equates to around 82 laps. Now, significantly, the rules that Matchfit have put in place are, 82 laps. There is a time cap on it. I don't think it's going to lend itself to lean towards that time cap. I think we're going to get our 82 laps in. Now, 75% tank limit, and that's a critical one for here, It's, we see an average of anywhere from, I think on the lowest numbers, around sort of 3.8 to anywhere up to 4.5 litres a lap for these cars. Varying fuel tank sizes throughout this field, so that'll come into play. But one of the critical things is the one tyre per stop compulsory 3 stops. So there's 3 tyres that must be taken throughout this day.
Yep.
And look, there's some stats that we'll run through as we get more towards the exciting end of this qualifying and the race. Now, qualifying's an open 15-minute session, so we're going to press on with this practice session and just feel our way out through this grid as they start commencing and laying down some practice laps for another just under 40 minutes. So you've got plenty of time to settle into this one. But, hey, look, we do have support here as well. Typically, Supercars NZ supporting Matchfit and everything they do, vice versa, and they do have control of the race control here today. So live stewarding, safety cars are at the ready, and you know, albeit we hope we don't see them. Racing certainly is unpredictable at the best of times. So we've got a great team on board ready to just handle all the nitty-gritty if we need to. So
absolutely.
In good hands, Davo.
Absolutely, and a big thank you to the SCNZ boys back on board again with Matchfit events and handling that live stewarding for us. So a big thank you from us to them. We are always working closely with SCNZ, obviously throughout the week, streaming multiple of their league races. So yeah, always awesome to have it. And obviously just our regular sponsors that we have in GAMAFLARE, J-Man. Obviously SIMBLACKS always on board if it's got anything to do with Matchfit. And like we mentioned, SCNZ and Sky TV. Yes, welcome viewers that are tuning in to Sky 83 this afternoon. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. We have got a cracker here for you this afternoon. So big thank you to all of the people involved, and obviously new sponsors as well. Obviously the new SIMRACING Hub app as well, which I think a lot of the boys actually signed up through. It only dropped about 10 days ago and was a very busy 10 days. There's a lot of guys getting on board with that, and we'll talk a little bit more about the SIMRACING Hub app throughout today's broadcast. So we'll give you a little bit more detail about that, among other things, J-Man. Like we have got a few hours here in front of the TV and in front of the mics, J-Man. But yes, look, what do we got here? What do we got? We've still got about 40 minutes of, or 30 minutes of practice before they go into qualifying, J-Man.
Yeah, and just touching back on that, I know we're going to talk a little bit about it, but what a great initiative for GAMAFLARE and their partners to embark on the app, and it really simplifies I guess stuff around what is an exciting time for sim racing at the moment. And so, like I said, great initiative, and it's very intuitive. I think it's just going to grow with success, and really just, I guess, connect the drivers and the partners to what's going on. It really simplifies things. So looking forward to a little bit more of that. And look, what is going out there on already is we're already in the mid 46s. We know it's warm out there, so temperature-wise, it is definitely warm out there. And
back up there, actually. There's the weather.
Yeah, so schedule-wise, we are scheduled to commence the race. Just having a look there. It is going to get, they are going to kick into it pretty much one of the warmest parts of the day. So, look, time management's going to be critical here. Anyone that's raced any duration here at Magello, it is a tyre eater. There's some critical high loading points of this racetrack. In particular, I think, turns, I think personally turns 8 and 9, so Arabiata 1 and 2 are critical points there. If the left-hand side of the car is in a bit of trouble and you're going full commitment through there, she's a long way out in the kitty litter if you get it wrong. So
True that.
Yeah, we'll watch intently over the next half an hour just to see what sort of strategy and times these guys are running, because there's going to be guys out there during this 45-minute session that are probably going to do some race runs, and towards the back end, look for them to maybe lighten these things up in preparation
Yep.
for what will be a really, really critical qualifying session here today. But based on that 75% fuel load, David, what I can tell you is there's basically two categories out there as far as fuel load. So the BMW, the Merc, the Audi, the Lambo, the McLaren, the Aston and the Acura all start with basically 90 litres available to them. The second car group is the Porsche, the Ferrari, the Mustang and the Corvette start with around 82.5 litres available to them by way of capping that full tank to 75%. So that's kind of critical. What we know is pit stop optimum is likely going to be somewhere around about 19 to 21 laps, maybe 18 if you're a little bit heavier on the foot. We mentioned 3 compulsory pit stops, 1 tyre to be taken in each of those 3. Will it be a fuel management race? Potentially, but never factor out what happens with safety cars being flipped on its head. So, there's a lot going on, and we'll unpack the numbers a little bit more as we get into it and we start seeing. But, one of the things the drivers will be doing out there now is actually just seeing what these conditions are like, the temperature, what's the tyre, the tyre pressure like, what's the current fuel burn, what are they looking like as far as, is it their predictive average? Do they need to make adjustments? There's a lot going on in this. People sometimes downplay the practice session, but it is a critical part of the day.
Oh, absolutely, J-Man. And look, and we did talk about, there's been multiple practice sessions throughout the week, and these guys, particularly the more professional teams that are involved, will have done plenty of practice and some strategy calculations. But depending on which session they got into and what time of the day they were actually, running these cars up to analyse it all, may vary slightly to the conditions on the day. And like you said, so this, hence why we run such a long practice session pre-race, just so these guys can make some of those more fine-out adjustments according to the conditions on the day. So, like you said, there will be maybe a few trips to the pits and a little bit of tinkering going on, I suspect. I only think so, in the background.
Yeah, I agree. And look, I guess one of the only times for a bit of maybe check the dash and check the numbers is down the main straight. And, but at the end of that big stop, one of the biggest stops around this 5.425 circuit into San Donato, turn 1, but gives them a bit of time. It is a good front straight there for them to just literally reflect, take a breath, maybe grab a drink as well if they've got one on the holster, and just reset for another attack lap, really, because at the upper echelon of this field, albeit like I mentioned, it could be a fuel saving race. There'll be a dictated pace. We saw it before. We saw it at Road America. This one kind of got a bit of a different feel about it. It's, there's a lot of things that can go against the grain if incidents happen. As I'm just watching David Kirby, he's tucked right in behind. I'm not sure if that's, just trying to pick up who that was, who he's tucked behind. Can't get a read on that. But they were running really, really close together. So it was a Mustang. Tucked in behind a Mercedes.
The grey. Yeah, I think that's the grey Mercedes. As we get our heads around the names and numbers here. Brant Henderson, J-Man, in the grey AMG there. So.
Yep.
I can tell you, Brent, should I say, has been in multiple practice sessions throughout the week. So already well versed here around Mugello. Beautiful track, J-Man. Beautiful track. Just stunning to look at. I think owned by Ferrari, this place. So amazing presentation and in such a beautiful part of the world. And Italy in summer, a very nice place to be. Maybe a little bit hot at the moment though, but nonetheless, it's just a stunning place. As you can see, some of the landscape back of shot, beautiful rolling hills, not far from Tuscany in Italy, J-Man. So I think, you know, the boys that might get a little bit of prize money up there in their pocket after today might be, you know, ducking off to get a few bottles of red or something. Well, I know I would be. So 28 indicative times, well, so far in practice, and you can start to see the usual suspects sneaking up to the top of the list here. Scordalis, or Scordilis, should I say. Andrew there, a bit of a new name, J-Man. I don't think we've seen him in any of our Matchfit events to date, and I don't think we call him during the week either, so a new name. But look, hitting the top of the list there with a 46.5. I mean, it's definitely going to be one to watch out for here today.
Yeah, you know, definitely. There, you know, we've sort of, like you mentioned, throughout the week, we've seen some magnificent times come through. Obviously, track time of day and specifics around fuel load will play a big factor in that. And look, I think at the moment, just watching Andrew, he looks to be laying down some good runs here, some good numbers, maybe playing a little bit of working out a potential race strategy, or just seeing what the car's feeling like right now on consecutive laps. And we do see a bit of pit movement as well, so guys coming in and out, so maybe still a few late changes going on, and we still have effectively plenty of time, just under 29 minutes remaining, so 28 and a half left in this session. We will go to driver brief, and then we will go to quali, and I guess the stakes will just get a whole lot higher. Welcome aboard those of you who are tuning in, the ability to have a chat in the chat box and the YouTube. We appreciate any sort of chat towards the racing going on out there, and once again, welcome to our Face TV Sky 83 viewers as well. Yeah, getting comfy for this one.
Yeah, definitely get comfy. A couple of hours of some really good quality racing here in front of us this afternoon, J-Man. Very much looking forward to this. I think, look, given the work that's been done by the team in the background in the formatting of this race, J-Man is going to really ramp up the excitement, I think, here. Really making the drivers think a little bit for this one here with restricted fuel loads and you know, CPS regulations that go with it as well. So very much a strategy race here this afternoon. And I'll tell you what, we are up for it. We are well up for it, mate.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this one has been building, I think, for the drivers, but not only that, obviously ourselves and all our partners leading into this one. I think the preparation is just getting better and better, and look, the quality of the field as well. I mean, we absolutely had a blast the last one, and I just think this one, based on the registrations and the drivers that are turning up, we're in for a real treat, this one here. And obviously a bit going on. I'm just scrolling down personally, Davo, through the field, just looking at the fantastic artwork out there. A great opportunity for these drivers display their wares as far as the skins that they're running on the job. And, you know, the modern era, a lot of sponsorship, a lot of people get really behind these drivers now, and they use it as a tool really to go about their racing and support the businesses that support them. So it's a big part of Matchfit Entertainment now. Obviously, if you follow us and you tune into the post-race interviews, we certainly give the drivers the opportunity to really poke the people that support them, because we know it often takes a good team to get the results down, and there's a lot to it in the modern era. So yeah, appreciate the paintwork that we're seeing. And I tell you what, I don't mind Daryl Callahan's car today. Obviously, by default, it's a Porsche. I do like the Porsches.
Just big tick there, But look, but look, a lot of obviously GAMAFLARE and Matchfit Entertainment representation. So a lot of MF logos throughout the field. So yeah, guys, look, some of these guys, big supporters of what we're doing. And look, and they show it there just with, just the odd logo on the car. It goes a long way when it comes to votes from the commentary box. I'll tell you, J-Man, we'd love to see our name in lights. And these guys definitely delivering. Even Zach Rattray White, J-Man, rocking, I think, a Matchfit logo across the front screen of his Ferrari there today as well. So nice work. Thanks, Zach. He was a late
doesn't go
entry.
unnoticed,
It
for sure.
definitely does not go unnoticed.
Also, some little stories that I'm sure have been building for a fair few of these drivers throughout the weeks and months leading up to this one. I can tell you one of them that I know personally that I'll be watching throughout the day, and it'll be the battle between Toby and Aaron Tipperley. So it's Knuckles and As a Ninja, as they frequently get called in the Discords. And
Yes.
there's a little personal grudge match going on there. There's a little bit of banter in behind the scenes. Those guys certainly, I think, first goal for those guys is to beat each other. And
Healthy rivalry, I think it is,
Yeah.
Jared. Yes.
anywhere on the top of that will be a bonus, I'm sure. So just watch that space. It'll be interesting to see how they land
Absolutely.
as they start laying some times down. So
Absolutely.
at the moment,
Absolutely, and look, we can include. So there are a couple of the hardcore online gaming boys, all teamed up, as is Kenny Simpson, J-Man, another one of the hardcore boys there, rocking the Castrol Mustang, always in a Ford, mad Ford freak, blue oval eyes on that man, and he's out there representing as well. So nice to see those guys on board with us here today.
absolutely. Could see Louis Robertson out there. The Jigsaw Porsche looking rather spicy today. Don't miss that one in a crowd.
Yes, is that the red, blue, green car? Is that not? I don't know.
Maybe reload your overlays there, Davo.
We might have to do that.
I'll reload your textures, maybe. Sorry. Could be me. I'll just do the same, we'll make sure that we get everything locked in before we...
It is actually, it did stand out as one of the odd ones out there, so we might just do that. And while we are doing that, we will just quickly, well, mainly because we have time, we are going to mention a couple of things. Well, some of them we're going to revisit. Is the prize pool. Like we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, $3,000 in prize monies up for grabs for the drivers here tonight. So, hence, plenty of interest in this race here. 5th of July, Magello 450. Also, there is some like event-specific merch and some beautiful trophies given away as well. So. Plenty to play for, for these boys, as well as this, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know whether we might have seen this before. I think we did this only a few months ago. The GAMAFLARE SIMBLACKS partnership with obviously Matchfit Entertainment on board and Supercars NZ have got this Get a Sim giveaway back again, ladies and gentlemen. So what an awesome prize to win, and all you got to do is get your phone out and scan that QR code, ladies and gentlemen, and awesome stuff. Definitely worth getting amongst. and you two could be at the next Matchfit events race, rocking that gear. So yeah, no luck without my Louis Robinson Jigsaw Racing livery. Unfortunately there, Louis, not sure what's going on. We will try that maybe one more time there. But yeah, definitely get amongst that. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, all you're going to do is just get your phone out, just quickly now. Just do it right now and just sign up. It is free to enter. It will be drawn in about, I think it's about 10 weeks away. So you've got plenty of time throughout the next 10 weeks to get an entry in that competition, but well worth jumping all over. We will actually just quickly spruik the Supercars NZ, talking about Supercars and SIMBLACKS. The Supercars NZ Triple Crown coming up, J-Man, over the next few months. Obviously we had to get the Magello 450 out of the way first, but the Supercars NZ with their Gen 3 Supercars, this is basically their little endurance series that they do each year, and definitely worth getting amongst. And I do have the Jigsaw Racing car now on screen, which is awesome. So yes, look, if you want to get involved with the Supercars NZ Triple Crown, you must get amongst the SimRacing Hub app on your phone, ladies and gentlemen. Scan right there with your phone. Now that'll take you straight to Google Play, Apple iStore, whatever your flavour might be, and yeah, get amongst it and get signed up. Easy to sign up, no matter where and how and what you want to sign up to. Anything Supercars NZ or Matchfit events. Louis Robinson's car is being problematic for me, and it is sort of ducking in and out, so we are just go back to the action and just get back onto what we were watching. There we go. 32 drivers already laying down. Sometimes make that 33 there, as you can see on the tower, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, I've got Louis' car back. Happy bloody days. It's we do rely on third-party software for some of this stuff, and so please forgive us if stuff just sometimes doesn't go to plan. We are at the mercy of obviously it's the joys of sim racing competition, viewers. But here we are doing our best either way. And that is Zach Rattray White, actually just tucked up in behind that Jigsaw Racing Porsche, and both well known to us, Louis Robinson and Zach Rattray White, J-Man, as the time ticks away here.
Yeah, and look, the speaking of the times, Jensen Bay now in this practice session just gone to the top there on a 46 with a 3. Rattray White in the recent past also dropped down into the sub 46s as well. So interesting to see the times relatively tight up through the top 5. Sebastian Bade in there on a 46.9 as well. And then we go to Reece Wakefield and a plethora of cars right through down to Will Brown and P14 in the 47 bracket. And then there's obviously a cluster of the 48s and 49s. And like I said earlier in the stream, Davo, look for these guys to, I'm going to say very shortly, start dipping into quali mode and maybe coming in, bolting on a fresh set of boots, dropping some fuel out and getting the head around that quali run. But at the moment, it looks to be all about just these race runs. There's a lot of drivers out there doing a lot of consecutive laps. So very much the mindset at the moment still just to make sure the balance, everything's there. They've tuned themselves up. The cars are now probably tuned up to the best they can. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this next session. I really am.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you all of our Sky and YouTube viewers for tuning in here this afternoon for the Magello 450 the Matchfit events, Magello 450, and thank you everybody that's, you know, clicking the like button on our YouTube. I wish we had a like button on our Sky, for our Sky viewers as well, and a chat box, so you can all join in. But yeah, thanks for everybody that's hitting the like button on the YouTube at the moment as they tune in, and thank you everyone hitting us up in the chat box. I see Wheels, our good friend Ken Worcester, in there, and Hardcore Blasters. I think that is Kathy. I think that's her name, Kathy. That will be Tobias's better half, tuning in to you know, cheer on her, man. So awesome stuff. Thanks for you guys tuning in and hitting us up in the chat box, and continue to do so, please. We love a chat. We do love a chat. So get amongst it. Time a ticking. J-Man.
Talked about that Aaron Timperley and Tobias Smith little grudge thing going on. So 49.176 for Aaron at this point, and a 49.8 for Toby. So that was already commenced, but at the top, yeah, good laps already from the boys. 46 with a 3, and then we can see it there. There's still a lot of movement. Dean Mackay, Andrew Scordilis as well. He was the early pace setter on that 6.5, and that remains for him. Out there lapping very, very good as far as race pace. Like I said, longer race runs going on at the moment. Around this circuit, this 5.245 16 turn circuit. What a fantastic place to come to race, Dave. It wasn't a hard decision, was it, to pick Magello at the end of the day?
No,
when we were lining up our next event, we sort of, you and I went about it, and we were like, man, this place is pretty.
It is, and when we sort of decided on, okay, let's give the GT3s a crack, it was sort of a bit of a no-brainer, wasn't it? Just to send them here to Magello, perfectly suited to a GT3 car. This place, really, and yeah. Oh look, and I got to tell you, the cameraman on point here. Man, there's got some great camera angles here at Magello. So we will well and truly be keeping up with all of the action. The car's looking spectacular, actually. The camera's on Reece Wakefield at the moment. These OPR cars look amazing. And OPR, you know, like, definitely a clear favourite. One of those boys potentially, or more, could be on the podium here today. That's for sure.
Yep.
Just did
once again, South Canterbury Removals always steps up and delivers when it comes to the paintwork, and Shane Edgar has once again brought out something special here today in the Mustang.
He has.
Good-looking car.
He has, and I just noticed the race stewards just dialing in the safety car just quietly there in the background. So nice work, the little M2 Matchfit safety car on track there. They're just doing a bit of a tyre run. Make sure that thing starts up, doesn't get used too often. So there it is. That's a cute little thing, isn't it?
Yeah, no, definitely. Not sure that, yeah, I think that safety car there, not sure if Dion de Graaf's clicked the right safety car to race, because my understanding was it was going to have a lot more Supercars NZ on it. However, you're seeing what I'm seeing. So, Macca might have to tune his boys up, but
yeah, maybe. And look, and you had only just mentioned the Shane Edgar car, J-Man, and look, we rate Shane's paint jobs like every week, like every single week. The South Canterbury cars are amazing. They do just an amazing job on everything that they go near. So awesome stuff to see. That, yeah, Shell Helix inspired livery once again. We'll just get that back on screen for everybody to have a little sticky beak. Oh, yes, the Saturn Chrome and the colour scheme, mwah, beautiful.
Yep.
What a great looking car.
And so I just thought I'll share that. Jacob Wadsworth, cheers, thanks for that. I love a little bit of lighthearted chat on there, and so we'll just share that with our Sky 83 viewers. So obviously in the chat box, one of the comments in there. So lads,
okay.
what was the cow's favourite dessert? Mugello. Nice work, Jacob.
Nice work. He's just making this stuff up as he goes. Nice work. And welcome aboard, Jacob. Thank you. Thank you for your input. I just wonder how loose that's going to get as the day goes on, Joe.
Just had to share that to national TV, mate. Just fire that out there.
Oh, yeah. Why not? Why not?
Good stuff. And what have we got? We're just under the 10-minute mark before these guys will effectively get into driver briefing, and I guess the law will be laid down. There's some specifics around there, and we will obviously cover off a few of them. Potential safety car, what the requirements are. Obviously, they'll read the rules around the pit stop. The CPS is the one tyre minimum option. And one of the things that is set out there a little bit different for some of the iRacers here today, obviously this does not follow DTN or IMSA, is very much Matchfit events in respect of fuel and tyres are done separately. So if you were pondering that question, what we can tell you is, yes, they do have to complete those actions separately. So fuel and tyres will be a separate movement in the pit lane. So we know that tyre changes roughly around 5 seconds, and then obviously fuel is whatever they choose based on their fuel runs, but likely to see some heavy tanks, given that we do know proximate fuel burns, and obviously race pace and dictation around that will alter the burn as to what we're seeing. And we'll get a feel on the pace. We can see that at this point, a pretty quick lap out there is obviously a low 46. But if we see those guys that we can see on the screen now, I'm talking about Bade, Mackay, Rache White, Squadillas, Leonardo, Bade, in Sebastian mode, Wakefield and co. If we see them starting to run sort of mid 47s, we know that they're sandbagging in the race trim. So we'll be watching it closely and try and get a feel for what's happening out there. And
yes,
like we mentioned, safety cars.
Well,
they are a definite factor here. For one or a better reason. It could be all sorts of things. So we certainly hope we don't see too many of them. But
they're highly likely, though, isn't it, Jay, man? I mean,
big field.
Big field. And, quite often it's sort of strange, like you sort of expect one maybe even in the opening laps, although we've had sort of pretty good luck with these bigger events that we're running, J-Man, where the guys are very disciplined at the beginning of the race. And we've seen very little incidents in some of our events in the past. But it's sort of more like towards the end of the race, it's a little bit like Bathurst, where the brain fade just starts to set in a little. The guys get a little relaxed, and a little bit loose, on their discipline. And it just the slightest of mistakes around a place like Mugello in a GT3 car, the pace will be hot. They, obviously start, some of the quicker teams might be sort of coming through some blue flag drivers or, out of position cars. And, look, it's a fine line to be drawn sometimes. And I think that's when we would expect to see maybe some safety car intervention towards the end of the race. But time will tell, J-Man, time will tell.
No, it will for sure, definitely. I mean, there's going to be a lot of things to unpack throughout the day. And, just even on that, like the drivers are expected to have already read the pre-race rules, and I'm sure the better part of them will be fully aware. And even those guys that you just mentioned, the likelihood that someone's off strategy or an incident and these front runners start coming through, just the requirement under blue, what is the requirement,
True.
safety car, the drivers, when a safety car is called, we know that they're expected to do 80% of a race lap pace to catch back up, because we have seen incidents before where safety cars come out and someone's rolled out to 40k an hour and someone's come charging in at 80% pace, and all of a sudden we got more incidents. So
Yes.
they'll get read the right act. Good afternoon, Supercars NZ. We see you there, and we appreciate you. We know that you could be up for a enjoyable or a very busy afternoon. We hope for the
True
former.
that. True that, yes. Welcome all viewers, Sky 83 and our Matchfit Entertainment YouTube viewers, and thank you to everyone that's hitting us up in the chat box. And yeah, just a reminder, hit the like button, subscribe, and hit your notifications if you want to catch up with everything Matchfit Entertainment throughout the week. Generally streaming about 3 nights a week at the moment, sometimes 4. So if you want to keep up with everything Matchfit, definitely do that. And obviously support our sponsors and our affiliates in the process, yeah, by doing so. So, yeah, awesome. Welcome aboard. Buckle up. Get yourself a bevy, whatever it may be, cup of tea, coffee, or a nice cold beer, or maybe even a glass of red, and kick back, because we've got a cracking afternoon coming up for you viewers here at the Magello 450 for Matchfit Events. J-Man, time is ticking. I'm just going to leave you with this for a moment so I can go and have a quick nervous bathroom break. I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, no problem. As we just finish out the session, just having a look through the field there. I think we got Leon Fox on screen at the moment. Race control is in my earpiece at the moment, just covering everything off that they need to. As I mentioned, 82 laps available here today, and rolling start after this qualifying session coming up. So it's a open quali, so basically many laps as you can complete inside that 15 minutes. And just noticed there late in the piece too, Retro White went to the top there, and he went in there on a 46 with a 1. Drivers required this race format as well to stay in the fast lane until sort of at least the final 2 pit boxes when they're making their compulsory pit stops as well, just to keep things all fair in the pit lane. See a fair bit of work for race control, just touching on that as well. So it is live monitored around the stops with this format to see that the drivers are making those tyre stops, and I'm sure they'll be busy with the abacus as well, writing down who's done what, how many tyres, obviously the 3 required.
See Rian out there, J-Man in, well, that's sort of where we'd expect him, up in the top 5 with provisional practice times there. But timer ticking, only a couple of minutes left in this session before they go to a very important driver brief, as all of these briefings are, where they'll just outline, some key points to look out for. Most of this stuff is covered off in the rule and reg documents that the boys were to have already perused and ticked off. But these guys, it's just a reminder just before they get out on track, just to jog their memory. And yeah, just to make sure everybody's up to speed. I mean, because to be honest, if you haven't read the rules and the regs for the race, you are at a disadvantage, so to speak, because there is some intricacies to the rules and regulations for this Magello 450 event here for Matchfit Events. So yeah, quick reminder to everybody. Thanks to our good friends at SCNZ doing the live stewarding and all of that jazz, all of that driver briefing stuff here for Matchfit events. Once again, major affiliate with Matchfit. So thank you to them. And you probably would have already seen a couple of times today. Obviously, we have got the GAMAFLARE instant replay flicking up every now and then. So every time you see instant replay here tonight, it will be thankfully brought to you by GAMAFLARE. Time is a ticking, Damon.
Yeah, final cars just completing these laps. Obviously, race control has done the first part of their job, and that's to basically lay everything down once again as far as rules and requirements. And look, I think for the most part, you know, there's probably not a driver out there that hasn't turned up for a good time here today, and we certainly hope that's what they get here. Some fun battles, some great action. Historically, based on where we've been before this, we know that we're going to be in for an absolute ripper. Which way it goes as far as strategy and pace is anybody's guess, but you know, we're going to lock in this 15-minute qualifying session, which has just commenced as the clock starts winding down now. Talked about the importance of dialing the car in the practice session, but this one now, it's time to just unleash everything you've got and get straight into it. And if I have a look...
Yeah, no mucking around, J-Man.
Rehan was not sleeping on the tree that time through. He literally got that thing out first. And it's going to give him every opportunity to try and bank as many laps out there as he may be just waving a driver by.
I think it's Stefan McCartan. I think they're just like, no, but after you. No, but after you. And...
A little bit of tactics already. Is that sort of just slowing the field down?
You think so? Maybe, J-Man. Just actually a quick note with Stefan. As I've been sort of keeping an eye on the practice sessions throughout the week. This is, I think, the third or fourth different car that I've seen Stefan get out in. So even as late as very late yesterday afternoon, I saw him on track and was in a Corvette. I think I've seen him in a Corvette and a BMW, and now here we are, and all sorts of types of cars. And here we are. He is now running in the Macca, the McLaren. So who knows with Stefan, and a formidable competitor, J-Man. So definitely one to look out for. Rian there, a couple of team SCNZ cars out there with the Get to Sim logo plastered all over the front of them. Two drivers definitely to look out for, J-Man.
Yeah, so interesting tactic straight away from Rehan here, just to, I mean, Stefan obviously wanting to press on, get that tyre temp. We know it takes a good two, maybe even 3 laps to really get these things in the operating window. He's all about it at the moment. Stefan is just picked straight off, and immediately, such the size of the field, the first car that Stefan's going to come up on will be none other than Shane Edgar on an outlap.
There you go.
So, you know, albeit 5.425 kilometres, finding space here in this qualifying session is going to be at a premium. So the mirrors will be super important in this qualifying session, because the last thing that any of these drivers need is to impede another driver on a qualifying lap and actually have that taken away from them. G'day, JB. Good to see the Outdoor Effects boss man tuning in. We appreciate you.
Oh yeah, g'day JB, and yes, one of the old Breakfast Crew boys, J-Man.
Yeah, the OG.
One of the OGs, and we do call another of the Breakfast Crew boys in the SCNZ Porsche Cup in Mark Mudgeway as well, and rocking one of the best Breakfast Crew paint jobs ever, the Vegemite Porsche. So yeah, welcome aboard, John Boy.
Yeah. Nice work there from, I think that was Edgar and one other, just getting off the racing line for for Stefan to just have an unobstructed run through there. That was nice work from those boys. So already you can already see the respect out there that the drivers have got for each other.
Yep.
So first indicative real hot back.
Here it comes. Yep. There it is.
So there you go. 48 with a 2. So the track's looking a little slower. However, what part of that will be is those tyres will not be right there yet as he tips it in to Santinato for the second time in anger in this session. But Rattray White straight into the 7s.
So no mucking around from Zachary there, J-Man. And yeah, just the usual suspects. Dylan, Shepherd. Shep, a big shout out to Shep too. Very instrumental in the formatting for this race. So he's been a great help, as has Sean McNamara from SCNZ. And yourself, J-Man, putting together a great package here for the Magello 450. And look, you can see it now. We're only in qualifying here, but you can see when these guys, the intensity is, the whole vibe is different, isn't it, from what we saw in the practice session. And these guys moving and shaking already. And this is what we are going to see all afternoon here. Really looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, I never heard one call in the 40-odd minutes in the practice session from the drivers to the race stewards, and I'll tell you what, we're only effectively 5.5 minutes in, and I can tell you now in my little earpiece there's already some drivers sort of reaching for their steward team just to say, hey, can you have a look at that? I think I was obstructed or something's gone on. Obviously don't know the finer details about who and what it was at this point. I can reach for that during the race. However, yeah, the intensity's just ramped up, Davo. And
yeah. It's getting serious. It's business time.
Yeah, it is business time. There's a lot at stake, you know. There's a lot of personal rivalries out there as far as who wants to beat who. Obviously, there's a good amount of cash on the line today as well. So, you know, obviously with our partners, these things just getting bigger and bigger and better. And straight away, 46 on the 5, Jensen Bay.
Whoa.
Good to see the Supercars NZ GAMAFLARE car get up there. Squadillis as well. Straight in there, 46 on the 4. So we're starting to see the guys that performed in the practice session start to make their way up the top there. Mackay, Wakefield, Buchanan.
Yeah, so a couple of good solid teams going head to head there. Just in qualifying here, just looking at who is that? That is Rian with the two of the OPR cars in tow, and already some debris on track as well.
Oh, there's a lot of debris out there already, so you know that plays a factor in the overall time as well. When they turn up, if that road hasn't been swept by another couple of cars before them, they're going to hit that gravel right at the wrong time.
So Rian just stepping aside there, J-Man, to let the OPR boys through. So a lot of respect from these top drivers, J-Man.
Yeah, and he's gone straight back for another set of boots. Wasn't obviously happy with that tyre. Maybe a little bit too much debris on that or something. Maybe just didn't quite sit right.
This 15-minute session already.
Okay, so Jason Shoot, sorry David, Jason Shoot, car 15. That is the first casualty from race control already. So that is a pit lane start for Jason Shoot, and I suspect that may have been potentially with Shane Edgar. I'm not sure on the finer details, but that car will be starting from pit lane. And it just shows how you do have to conduct yourself, even in these qualifying sessions, mate.
Busy. we knew this was going to be a cracker, but look, the qualifying is delivering already. the likes of Bade, McKay. There's a couple of names out here that are new to us. Scordillas, obviously Dean McKay as well. But a lot of regulars, Bade, Wakefield, Shepherd, the other Bade, there's two Bades to mention, and Jensen there. Buchanan, Zach Rattray White, Stephen McCartan, been on the podium multiple times in Matchfit events, races. Sprague's out there, Leonard, Joshua Holmes, Signet, Bryce Harding, Will Brown in one of the 888 Phoenix Racing Team cars. Look, that's just 15. many more. Somebody just PD popping up in the YouTube chat box there. G'day PD. Glad you can join us here today. Buckle up, mate. This is going to be a cracker. Get comfy.
Ooh. Rattray White enters the chat now, goes to the top. Originally on the 46 with a 1. So holds just under 0.2 of a second over Scordillas and Mackay.
Now we did see 45s in during practice throughout the week, but I don't think the track temp is probably going to allow that in qualifying here today. But damn, that's close. That is a 46-1, J-Man. That is very close.
Yeah, McCartan's on a rip right now too. He looks very tidy through sector 1. Some numbers on sector 2 in a second, but starting to look threatening for Bade. Pretty tidy through sector 2 as well. So McCartan in the 51. McLaren looking to finish off. He's got a bit of track space as well, as you can see some cars up at the distance. Won't impede this lap. With 4 minutes odd remaining.
Yep.
He'll get another couple in. Oh, beautiful on the exit. Have a number that's going to challenge the front 3.
Who you got eyes on there, J-Man?
Stefan McCartan.
Going across the line. So he'll definitely get one.
Stays the same. 46.624.
Oh, okay.
So improvement. Wanting to see how Bryce Harding, BMW, the Jack Daniels car, pressing on quite nicely. He's in the 10th spot at the moment. First BMW in the field at the moment.
Yeah, so and a good mix of manufacturers too, J-Man as well, mind you. Ferrari sitting at the top, obviously, with Zach Rattray White. A handful of Astons there, and Dean McKay scored. This afternoon, J-Man in the Magello 450 as time ticks away. A little over 2 minutes to run in qualifying. Sebastian Bade actually rocking one of the Matchfit cars there. The white Matchfit Entertainment / GAMAFLARE Mustang looks stunning as always. And doing a stellar job actually, Sebastian. Currently, provisionally in top 10 in 10th position. So nice work from Sebastian.
Yep. So the times are tight at the top, Davo. You've got to go out to P14 to get outside the second bracket from
Yeah.
that provisional pole time at the moment. So it just shows you how tight it is out there.
Yeah, no, it's great. Mix of competition there. Just shows the quality of the field, particularly at the top there.
Mackay on another good lap, looking to challenge Rattray White here late in the piece. 44 seconds remaining. Come close to maybe getting one more. I don't think so. This might be it for him. And many others actually just looking at where they are on the circuit. So drivers that have parked it already, Dylan Shepherd, I think maybe Zach Hanlon, former winner, Matchfit events, Davo. Good to see him back for another go at it.
Absolutely.
46-144. Jensen Bade takes it to Rattray White late in the piece.
And look, and he's got time for another one.
Yep.
So continues on. A lot of cars still on track here.
He's going to need it because Mackay's now done a 46 with a 0.
Well, you called it, J-Man. It looked like he was on a hot one there. Rattray White looks like he's already in the pit lane. Scodillis still out on track. Another...
Yeah, well, I think he got across the line too, Davo.
Yep. Oh, did he? He slowed away. He has. Scodillis parking that car up. Unlike McKay and Bade, still hard out at a couple of Astons here. I think Rian might have snuck in there as well. That's Rian tagging along with Bade. A couple of team cars there. Go.
James Scott's coming, mate. Oh, he's been sneaking up the,
there we go.
The totem.
Gets it across the line. No gain.
Yeah, P5.
Oh, there he
P5.
goes. He does. Yep. Nice work from Scott. Like you said, slowly chipping away. Slowly getting his eye in there. Gets it done. Here comes a couple of the SCNZ cars. Nose to tail. Look at this. Is he going to get a draft? And that's it.
That is it.
For the boys. Wow. There's some quick times there, J-Man. 46-0. Really from McKay. Wow. Oh, nice effort. Great work from Bade there. To share the front row with McKay there.
Yeah.
Like you called Scott.
Last effort for James Scott.
Yeah,
I was watching him sort of sneaking up through. So, good representation as well, once again, Davo for OPR.
Absolutely. She's a long race, and we cannot discount the SCNZ GAMAFLARE cars of Rian Leonage and Jensen Bade. But look, a healthy splattering of OPR boys up the pointy end there, J-Man. Zach, Rattray White, of course, as well in that mix. Currently, yes, in third after qualifying. J-Man, top effort from the boys there. Can we get this to work? Oh, yes, we do. But it is back the
on
front.
The front row.
It's back the front for some reason. But there you go.
Yep. Okay, so we're reversing the grid there. I'll leave that to you.
Okay. We'll try and get it sorted out the right way here as the boys start to get themselves set there. So Dean McKay, as you can see, TriStart Racing leads the way with pole position over Jensen Bade, Zach Rattray White and Andrew Scodillis, James Scott, Rian Leonage, Reece Wakefield, Stephen McCartan, Dylan Shepherd, Sebastian Bade rounding out the top 10. Will Buchanan,
Buchanan,
Buchanan, should I say, Buchanan in 11th and Alex Sprague in 12th. Then we have, if we just go a little bit further, look, this little board thing here is doing my head in already. Bryce Harding, Joshua Holmes, Zachary Hanlon, David Kirby, William Brown, Benjamin Hignett, Shane Edgar, Nick Aston in 20. And the list goes on. Hayden Wilcox, Chris Taylor, Aaron Timperley in 23rd, Jason Begbie, Lee Sweeney, Blake Greenhall, Jonathan Turner, Tobias Smith in 28th, Dale Callahan 29th, Chris Zalowski, Phil Davison in 31, Brent Henderson in 32. But wait, ladies and gentlemen, there is more. Louis Robinson, 33. Christian Jenkins, Leon Fox, Kenny Simpson in 36. Thomas McCall in 37. And that rounds out the field. 37 drivers.
38. Don't forget Jason Shute, going to start from pit lane.
Oh, okay. Shute's in the pit lane. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get cracking on what is...
Lights are up.
Going to be an amazing race here. These guys will do a full formation lap here, ladies and gentlemen. And look, a lot of tyre warming going on, but look, it is very much business time, J-Man. Oh, get a drink in now, because I think we are going to be busy for the first hour or so of this one. Look at that field of cars. Wow.
Yep. So the formalities out the road, that is practice and qualifying. The grid is now set, and look, everyone's the opportunity, equal opportunity to go out there and put your best foot forward. But what a beautiful job there, Dean McKay, and there on that 46.0, super stunning lap, deserved it, and gives himself the best opportunity off the front of this grid. And man, I tell you what, Bade, Gratcho White, Scodillis, Scott, Leonard, and many more behind them will want to get out there, I'm sure, and try and set that early pace, or maybe dictate it. We've seen this before. It's a little bit of an unknown to us how they go about this first opening stage of the racing. What we do know is we could predict somewhere around lap 19 to 22.
Somewhere about that, yeah.
Of green flag running. Obviously, you know, this pack is big, and the chances of a safety car really are a possibility, and that will certainly throw strategy out the window. So these guys would have turned up with multiple options about how they get through this 450k race today.
Yes, and look, strategies will have been worked over in detail by some of these teams and some of these drivers. But look, as you and I know both, J-Man, that can all go out the window in the blink of an eye. And, you know, depending on what happens in front of you, safety cars and the like, or, you know, some comings together. So, a little bit of nerves, I suspect, from some of these drivers, you know, like, and I suppose the key to any, you know, like a long or short race, J-Man, is to just, you know, be fast, but try and keep it clean, keep your nose out of trouble here. As we see a lot of weaving, with some braking, and not a lot of braking, but a lot of weaving, trying to get some temp in those tyres. Some of the boys, you know, 2 to 3 laps for some of these cars before they are up to good racing temperatures. So the first lap or so, where it is very bunched and very critical, can be tricky. Look at that field of cars. Beautiful. Jay, stunning to look at a fantastic looking Mugello afternoon here. It's about 3:15 in the afternoon. Mugello time. As you see that field starting to form up nicely, it's under control of, I think, the iRacing control, as we see that car duck off into the pit lane, and we are about to go green, ladies and gentlemen, here for the Matchfit events, Mugello 450. Look at that field of cars as they trundle down the nerves, and here we go. We got a green light. It's that Rattray White with a good jump immediately over McKay, and they are going to look at the group behind him though. Bade, McCartan, Scott Ellis. Look at that lot.
5 wide.
Wow. The track lends itself to it, but oh my. Good, clean start as the field files through T1.
There's contact at turn 2. Sorry, mate. There's contact at Luco. Turn 2 came out of Centenato.
That's McKay going backward.
And he's gone round again, picked up the curb, so it's gone pear-shaped really, really quickly for the pole sitter. Had contact with Rattray White. The radios have lit up.
Yeah, so we're just... Oh, here we go. We'll try and get this from a GAMAFLARE replay, but... Yeah, tricky stuff there for McKay. Early on, J-Man, not ideal way to start your afternoon here, but McKay more than handy at the wheel. J-Man, suspect to see that car back up the pointy end as the day goes on. That puts that Rattray White out in front. Scott Ellis, McCartan, Wakefield, Bade now running in 5th. So not too much mayhem. I've just got data showing me that Taylor has been off the track as well in the background, Jamie. So a couple of guys getting themselves into a bit of mischief, but relatively clean start here as they come down and around the final corner to complete lap 1 here in the Mugello 450, the Matchfit events 2026 Mugello 450. J-Man, and we are well and truly racing.
Yeah, look, not much of a settling down period on that first lap. They were straight into it, and it'd be a big question mark for Rattray White now, this one here, and he'll press on, look to try and get into it straight away and try and make a gap in case he does have an impending penalty. We'll be obviously bringing that news to you straight away should it eventuate to something. And I tell you what, Scodillis, McCartan, Wakefield, Bade, they're in a prime opportunity at the moment just to sit there and wait. That would effectively be the next group, and man, they are tight already. And then going back from there, Sprague and Shepherd and co. That is a good fight early. And
we talked about the OPR's dominance at the beginning of the race, and it's a substantial team. There's quite a few cars in there, but we saw it in our last event, J-Man, at the Road America 450, where the boys really did control the lead of the race. A little bit of a mix-up here, obviously, with McKay going around, but nonetheless, OPR cars well represented in the top 10 so far, J-Man.
Yeah, Taylor in the lane too, mate, as we speak, in there for around, I think 11 odd seconds too, so maybe just repairing a bit of damage early in the piece. Obviously, it's a long day, and yeah, Chris Taylor, fortunate there. And McKay with a lot of work to do, Davo. He finds himself 25 spots off of where he started, down there in 26 at the moment, putting a whole heap of pressure. Okay, so no further action. He gets to play on, does Rattray White, Davo.
Oh, okay. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, racing incident call there from our wonderful race control team.
Our Supercars NZ race control adjudicating today here at the Mugello 450. So McKay with some work to do. Yes, Zalowski directly in front of him, and then Tobias Smith to navigate. And the next group of cars from Toby onwards is substantial. It is a big train of cars. So that McKay will have his work cut out for him here, J-Man, to get through such a healthy field of cars here today.
Yeah, watch that story though, because he's clearly one of the fastest, or if not the fastest guy out there, proved in qualifying anyway. So race runs wise, don't think he would have picked up very much damage, if any, from that little bit of contact. Everybody managed to avoid him, and he gets to press on. But right now, it'll be all about the battle as well, because we can see a little bit of a breakaway from the front two. Got 1.7 second margin now over Stefan McCartan. So these guys looking to press on. 47.5, 46.8 for Scordelis as well. So we talk about the race strategy, the fuel management, what those numbers look like. I mean, you would think at a 47.5, that's fuel conservation mode for Rattray White. He is in one of the cars that does start on the lighter fuel tank. So based on the 75% fuel tank ability that we have, the Ferrari is definitely one that starts out with 82.5 litres versus the 90 litres that the Aston Martin in the wheel tracks of Andrew Scordelis behind him has that opportunity. So just gets 1 or 2 more laps available to him in his race runs. However, based on those times, 47.1 now, so just drops the marker slightly, does Rattray White. And look, the game of chess has begun, Davo, really.
It has already. And, yeah, well, what a start, what a start. A little bit of mischief there from McKay, but other than that, and a couple other little boys having, getting themselves in a bit of strife, but very tidy start, given the size of this field. Scordelis looks like he wants to make a move already. That's Robertson around as well on my data as well. Yep. I'm not sure what's going on there. Let's pick this up in the GAMAFLARE replay. Louis Robinson there. Oh, just getting tangled up there. That was a little bit of a concertina effect there. It actually might have been McKay tagging one of the Ferraris and maybe pushing the Ferrari forward there a little bit. Yeah. So unfortunate situation there for Louis Robinson, who at the time was 10 positions up from his starting. So well done for him. But back to the rear wing of Zach Rattray White's car. The Ferrari looking back at Andrew Scordelis there in one of the Aston Martins. J-Man, I don't think any of these two are conserving fuel at the moment. Just quietly.
No, I stand corrected. It could have been Jason Begbie.
I think it was Begbie. I think it was.
Yeah, but I think it was Jason Begbie that maybe got that initial hit that launched him into Robertson. So, yeah, that'll be looked at. And I can tell you now, right now, it is actually being looked at. So, just picking up on that in the... Sorry, mate, I was just fully engulfed in... it was Sebastian Bay. Yeah, it was. Sorry, I was looking at Sebastian Bay, Bryce Harding, and Will Buchanan, and also Josh Holmes, and that'll sort of come up on my radar a little bit of late. There's a little bit of movement there, and pressing on quite nicely.
Yeah, Buchanan, should I say, and Holmes in amongst that as well. So, yeah, interesting little train of cars there. And yeah, they're running hot. They are. That is the pretty much the mid pack at the moment. That little Quattro, that little group of 4 cars there. With Bade leading that charge, mind you, in the Matchfit Entertainment GAMAFLARE Mustang. Actually, side by side in front of him, it's Sprague and Leonage, J-Man, a couple of Astons side by side, and I'm like, oh, I knew it was only a matter of time we were going to start to see the boys trying to take that little flip-flop chicane there side by side. We are yielding smartly.
Yeah, it's early days, Dave, and a little bit more to that story with Dean McKay and Jason Begbie. So that is a drive-through for McKay. So his day just gets a little bit longer.
Oh, ouch, ouch. So we just pick up on Timberlake, J-Man. Over the rear wing of the Porsche. Has it got the punch in a straight line? He's giving it a red-hot crack there.
Yeah, he's doing beautifully at the moment. Currently P17. He's up 6 spots on his race start as well. So doing nothing wrong in the 22 car is Aaron Tivoli as a ninja.
As a ninja, Kirby actually just past Greenhall in the background there. The grunt of the Mustang down the start-finish straight. Getting it done. And then we have Nick Aston in the SC Revolution e-racing car.
Tell you what, Davo, just starting to see a pattern forming here. The OPR GAMAFLARE cars, Scodillis, Mark, McCartan, Wakefield. It's just a little trend going on here. Those three there, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Sorry, apologies.
No, it's 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
3rd, 4th, and 5th,
yep.
I might add.
Yeah.
Just really, once again, we've seen this before, flying in formation out there. Jensen Bay just getting a little slow down there, so just asking a little much of the track limits, and we see that also from Zach Hanlon as well. So just maybe settling into the strategy now. We're at this period here already.
Yeah, 10 minutes in here, and 7 laps out of 82 here today. So some good hot pace with look. Look, what do we got? Best. Let's just bring up the best times so far in the race and just get a load of that. We're on with a 46.7, Jamie.
There's a lot of fuel saving going on that lap.
True that.
So we saw him in the recent past just with a little lift, and I thought that was actually for Sprague, but he's now back in front of him. So if I'm correct, there was a positional change, and then that's changed again, as we did see Dean McKay enter the pit lane for that drive-through.
So we will pick up on the GAMAFLARE Sim Racing replay, J-Man, that move from Rian over Sprague there. 2 talented young fellas there, J-Man, going head-to-head, and good work from both of those boys.
Yeah, textbook down into turn 1, San Donato. It's a classic, big under brakes down there. And these front 2 still going at it, Davo. So that's Rattray White, Zach, with Andrew Scodillis as well. And they've certainly settled into their rhythm. However, maybe a little bit of management, because I'm just seeing that gap just come back a little bit to Stefan. He's only 1.3. Last time I looked, it was 1.7. So let's try and get a read on the lap times. Those boys both dropped into the 47.2s last lap. We'll get a read on, on that one there. So 47.4, 47.3, and a 47.1. For McCartan. Jensen Bay now lights the page up with a 46.4. So
whoa. So we just pick up over the rear wing of Aaron Tivoli, has Kirby hot in tow in the Mustang, and the Mustang is looking speedy.
So I think we're definitely seeing it now as the lead has changed. Scodillis in the front now, a little bit of fuel management mode now for Rattray White, for him to get the opportunity just to tuck in. And straight away you can definitely see Scodillis there has just rolled off the throttle. It was almost the opportunity for Rattray White to go back past. So this was the move. This was the OPR scenario that we've seen before. So he's got out the front, and you watch him try and dictate, and he's already backed this field up. It was a clear breakaway for the front 2. Now the front 2 has become 5. Yeah, we've talked about it. You and I talked about it off camera. We've talked about it on camera now, and it's predictable. This is the way it's going to go. They need to stretch these Astons out to the 21, 22 lap mark.
Yeah.
They know the Ferrari's got a deficit by way of fuel tank size. So,
but maybe potentially not quite as thirsty car as well, the Ferrari. So this is where the games really do start to begin. But like you're outlining there, J-Man, it's the OPR team trying to control the pace of the race here, and they will all be in contact with each other, and sharing fuel load scenarios. So watch that space as this race ticks over. But yeah, interesting phase here now with Scordelis leading the way over Zach Rattray White. And here we go, here's the move.
Down once again into Santanato. We see another OPR card jump, and this will be part of the plan. They want to get all of them up there and they can really dictate, but Rattray White's not.
He's not having any of that, James. It's like, I don't want to play that game. That
wasn't a handshake. So his ideal situation would be to go and put pressure on Scordelis now and literally press him into running faster than he wants to. So that is the formula at the top at the moment. And we can see James Scott and Dylan Shepherd, they'll definitely want to get to be a part of that, as will Ray Hahn.
So just pick up out of Bade's car. He's on the end of that little train there, J-Man.
Yeah.
And a lot of debris on track already. See when we get on those onboard shots there, you can see some of the gravel flying there. But Bade well in touch. Bade, another, I think, multiple podium getter in Matchfit events. Events here, J-Man as well, so definitely, you know, can't count him out.
Yeah, no stranger to certainly being available for a chat at the end of these ones by credit. So good to see Jensen up to where he needs to be, and great run too from James Scott. We talked about him in quality. He's only down one spot based on that qualifying position, such as Rehan Leonage as well. And he's got company with Dylan Shepherd. Dylan Shepherd, super large amounts of IQ when it comes to these races and the format and how to go about it and get this done. He's obviously needs a little bit more track position at the moment, but he's around good company. So look for those ones. I was also looking for Zach Hanlon. Now Zach Hanlon in the previous Matchfit event sat under the radar for a good portion of the event. Obviously safety cars played a big factor in that race as well, but nonetheless put himself in the box seat late in the piece. And just looking at him now, currently sitting in P15, and he is around about 13, what is he? He's about 13 and a half seconds off the lead of this race, somewhere around that vicinity. So by no means, as we get 10 laps into a scheduled 82, he's no means out of it. And there's just names through the field that I just don't think you can count out. Big long day for Dean McKay. However, safety cars change everything, Davo. So I'm just a little too. I'm a bit fence sitting on anything at the moment.
And look, and rightly so. I wouldn't blame you. It's usually me doing all the fence sitting around here, J-Man. But yeah, look, very much a strategy game, and it is very, very early days, ladies and gentlemen. Only 10 laps in this 80-lap race here today in the Magello 450. So 18 minutes clear from the green flag as the boys roll across the start-finish line once again. Andrew Scordelis over Rattray White.
Yeah, so you remember I talked earlier just a lap ago about Scordelis wanting to hold the numbers up and Rattray White wanting to press it by way of this field strategy, and he definitely came through. He was 47.2 for Scordelis, 46.8 for Rattray White, and then the rest of those boys all in the 47.2s or 3s, other than James Scott and Rehan trying to press on and bridge this gap back. Rehan into the 46s, James Scott in the 47.0, so they really want to catch this pack. However, clear pattern forming that Rattray White wants to press the issue, and Andrew wants to just back it up and just stay at this number. He'll be watching the fuel burn, he'll know what he's doing, and rightfully inside the rules. It is definitely
okay, we got back markers already there, J-Man.
We have I think that may have been
it's one of the Porsches.
Yeah,
Schutz
I think it was
Callahan.
Jason Schutz. Yeah. He's just right in a really awkward spot for those boys coming through.
He was, and he did get the car away across as much as he could, but it was in a very awkward spot of the track for those boys to come up on. So again, we have the cameras on this train of five. It's the top five drivers here. Scordillis, Rattray White, McCartan, Wakefield and Bade. Not far behind. There's that name, Scott J-Man. We saw him. He was a bit of a silent achiever in qualifying. Got his car into 5th position. He's gone down one. But then the next train of talent is Rian, Dylan Shepherd, Sebastian Bade, Bryce Harding. Here we go. Not at the top. He said, I'll take that back.
Another classic San Donato pass. We're going to see it, I think, all day. Great opportunity down there.
So we will get a GAMAFLARE replay of this one, ladies and gentlemen, because this starts early. Look at this. So he actually ducks past him. Scordillis goes, no, I've got a little bit more for brakes, gets the nose back, and then has to yield. So a little bit of toing and froing in the braking area, and Rattray White has just gone, he's got to just try and make some room. Not so easy when you have the likes of Scordillis chasing you down.
No, but once again, this doesn't conform to the plan for
OPS.
McCartney.
Yeah, OPR.
Yeah, for OPR. They want to back this thing up. They want to run that number, and that number will be in the high 3-something litres per lap, not in the 4s. They don't want to have to run in the 46s or low 47s. I'd like to see it probably head out to 47.3, 47.5 and stretch it out. See that predictive number about lap 21, lap 22. They don't want to be stopping before there. They want to break this thing down, do their 3. We've heard talk about options about what it might look like as far as safety cars. We haven't even had remotely a look of one of those already. We've had green flag running for the first, what'll be 13 odd laps already. So, opportunities to maybe get rid of tyres, compulsory 3 tyres for the duration of this race, one of each of those 3 pit stops. We know they're fuel sensitive. I mean, the guy leading's probably the most fuel sensitive. He fits that category. He's in there with the Porsche, the Mustang, and the Corvette as the Ferrari, over only having an option of 82.5 litres versus a car behind him got a 90 litre tank. Is he more fuel efficient? We're going to find out, and it's not going to be too far away. We're literally over halfway through the first phase of the pit stop run. Bade still holds that, Jensen Bade still holds that hot lap, 46 with a 4. The car is racy, and he is right tucked up behind Reese Wakefield now as the GAMAFLARE Supercars NZ car as they come through Arabiata 1 and 2 now, really committed part of the racetrack. Oh, we see a positional change there. Who was that?
So we just picked up on a couple of replays there. A little bit of action going on in the background, J-Man.
Okay, so sorry, it's Dean Mackay. They're coming through. They've actually put a lap on Dean Mackay now. So, tough day for the pole sitter down there in 27th. Sorry, Davo.
Yeah, absolutely, J-Man. Tough start and hasn't... Oh, yeah, just tough. It just is. So, yeah, Mackay in 36th, J-Man, and like you said, just...
Oh, sorry, yeah, 36th.
Yeah, that's Rian, the last of that train of cars in 7th position. Just rounding him up there. Dylan Shepherd will be next. So another couple... one in Dylan Shepherd, one of the OPR boys, and then Sebastian Bade, who has sort of just kept plugging away at it. He dropped Bryce Harding, Buchanan and Sprague, and is now just slowly chipping away into this top 10 group here, J-Man. So nice work from Sebastian.
Yeah, slightly quicker than the 3 in front of him last lap through as well, so he's pressing on. I reiterate my point with Retro White though, forcing the issue, goes a 47.0. He forces Scordelis into a 46.9. So once again, like I said, there's a game of two halves out there. One guy wants to go incredibly quick and run this thing out as fast as he can, and there's a massive handful of guys behind him that just want to slow this thing up. So Scordelis has gone with him. McCartan opting, I think, based on that 7.2,
he's backed
just
off
to maybe
it.
drive to the number.
Yeah.
Let it come to him.
And you can clearly see the gap on camera there now between McCartan and Scordelis. Even Wakefield's got off the back of McCartan as well. So, you know, those guys have just, okay, let's just settle down here and just see what goes on. But here, James Scott is taking advantage of this, and you would expect to see Rian as well take advantage of this, you know, maybe just this slighter, slower pace that these boys have backed off to. So, Shep.
Yeah, I just wondered whether Shep was a half a chance down at San Donato, but it looked like he rolled out. Maybe a bit of fuel saving in there.
That's McKay, isn't it? It's in front of him.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. So. And so I'm sure McKay, I mean, with the right pace, McKay pretty much could stay there unless he was forced because of a blue flag situation. But I suspect they'll just find somewhere convenient on track to get it done.
Oh, so we've got a lot of pressure now, and that is James Scott and Ray Hunt. Now that they've caught Jensen Bade, they're really starting to force the issue now. It's a bit of team stuff going on in there, so I'm sure it'll be all civil.
Yeah, well, Scott meeting the sandwich at the moment, isn't he, between Bade and Leonard? So, yeah, watch that space. Obviously, Scordelis, you know, pretty much forced to chase Rattray White. He doesn't want to let Zach get too far away, but the rest of the OPR cars just there. And there's quite a few of them there, ladies and gentlemen. In McCartan and Rakefield there, look, just pretty much running at this. Well, it looks like they're running at their own pace at the moment. But look, like out of all of those cars you can see on screen there's got to be 7 OPR cars. So yeah, a lot of talent in that team there, J-Man.
Oh, and they've ramped it up at the front too. So it was Rattray White with a 46.6 previous lap. Just goes through, I think, on a maybe slightly thing lap. It's come up as a 46.553, so maybe not recorded, but he's forcing Andrew to do the same. So he's a 46.859 to do his personal best as well. So he's forcing the pace now, and so it just showed that track position when Scordelis was in the front, and he really backed it down to a 47.2, and now Rattray Wright's really forcing the issue, and he's back to backing it. It's lap after lap, flat chat. I mean, these are really, really impressive times in race trim. They you know, they're out there pressing on, and like you mentioned, McCartan and even Wakefield and that, just not buying into it. They have, out of the team, the other ones that have rolled out of it and said, nah, we've got a plan, we've got to drive to this number, we've got to make this distance, we know what it looks like. So it's reverse engineering this race. They're working from 82 back based on the 3-stop fuel strategy.
And we talked about this, didn't we? Like, as they were doing the formation lap, that, you know, all of that strategy and all that effort, you know, looking at the formats and running through these strategies over the past week in the practice sessions can literally sometimes go out the window in the blink of an eye, as we saw with Mackay, J-Man, getting tangled up in turn 2 and lap 1. So how things can change, and we can see these guys, like the rest of the team, pretty much thinking on their feet and having to deal with a very speedy White and Jensen Bade, J-Man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stunning circuit here, Mugello, middle of summer. Not far from Tuscany in Italy. And it's still warm. It has actually cooled a little bit from race start, actually. I think we were up about 47 degrees C tracker temp at the green flag, but she's dropped a little bit there. Ambient temperature is a very nice 23, a bit like Brisbane today. Yeah, track temp's high with a very, very intense sunlight. Partly cloudy and not a lot of wind around, so pretty much perfect conditions here, and you can tell just by looking at those times, J-Man.
Yeah, fascinated by the times. You'll see a hot lap and then a back off run. I think the pace wise though, you know, look, so the front, the top 5 all ran 46s last lap round, so it's literally they've unleashed them. At this point we are, what are we on, lap 17, so we're approaching those latter stages of the fuel run here. These things are heavily fuel sensitive by way of the 75% restrictor on those tank sizes, so look for Retro White obviously be pressing on it really quickly, and he's the one I think that's going to have to go first, based on A, the tank size, but B, the pace. 46 with a 6 last time through, so he does his personal best. Nobody's touched the 46.4 yet that Jensen Bade ran a little earlier, but man, they are going quick, and Scordelis ran a 46.620, that one as well, so they have really ramped it up.
Oh, haven't they? Another familiar name, obviously, to both you and I, J-Man, Phil Davison, running one of the 777 cars here today in the Magello 450, Porsche, of course. So nice work, and good to see our good friend Phil Davison on board here. Okay. Yeah. Aaron Chimperley now to the pit lane, J-Man. I wonder whether he may have been called in by the SCNZ race control team, J-Man.
Negative.
Okay, mate. Well, I did notice that he was having maybe some connection issues there. So, and I know the boys are very strict about such things as not to ruin other people's races on the day. So here we are. Will be interesting to see how he goes. Rattray White, J-Man still leading the way over Scordelis, and like you said, Zach definitely controlling the pace of this race back to where he wanted it. We did see those sneaky little moves from the OPR boys there in Andrew Scordelis and Stefan McCartan there. I think they really did want to take a, grab this race and control it as a team, as we saw them at Road America in our last event. But no such like Zach Rattray White, just like, yeah, I'm not having any of that, boys. You can follow me. And off he goes, J-Man. But then we do have Stefan McCartan, Reese Wakefield, who has Jensen Bade side by side.
Yep. Had a good crack at it.
He did have a really good look at it, up out of one there, and T1, the run down to one and through one. It's a very wide track here at Magello. It does funnel down a little bit into one, but it is still a very wide con. It's got some nice banking, and the boys are clearly able to go side by side, these two Astons, and then up to two. Unlike one, there is not so much space up at two. So, Bade just getting out of that little scenario there, J-Man, and just staying in his 5th place lane there at the moment.
Yeah, and it almost looked like Wakefield was, almost backed that up again, like he's truly trying to drive to that number, because albeit he was under attack and then he defended it, but almost looked up through Luco and Poggio Secco that he literally looked like, hey, look, it's pretty much one line through the chicane here. I'm just going to back it down a little bit. He was under heavy attack again, but manages to defend it at the right time and then press on. But it just felt like maybe a big lift and roll into San Donato that time through, and hence the pressure as well from Jensen Bade.
So we will actually just get up on the tower here on your left-hand side of screen there, viewers. And thank you again to all of our Matchfit legends, all of our regular Matchfit viewers, and our regular Sky 83 viewers, because we do go to Sky a lot these days. So welcome aboard, everybody, here this afternoon for the Matchfit events, Magello 450. But we will just up on the tower there right now, ladies and gentlemen, the Sim Racing Hub A tower. You can just see the gains and losses for your favourite driver currently throughout the race so far after 20 laps. And look, some good gains for some, not so much for others. But still early days, J-Man, and a lot of racing still to run. And I'll just get you a bit of a glimpse of the bottom end of that list there, as you can see there now. So McKay, I suppose, a standout there back in 33 after losing 32 positions, it's clear to see. So, but on the other hand, we've had some good gains. Obviously, Kenny Simpson up 8 positions. He is the mover and shaker at the moment. So nice work to Kenny Simpson. Actually, we've got a pass going on with Jonathan Turner on our Matchfit, should I say on a GAMAFLARE replay. Jonathan Turner sneaking past Jaden Wilcox, J-Man. So nice work from JT there on the GAMAFLARE replay here this afternoon.
Yeah, some big questions been answered personally for myself at the moment. Richard White pressing on into lap 21, and so as far as that fuel load, these guys certainly going deep into it now, and I'm expecting a lot of movement in the pit lane shortly, Davo. We're at that point now where a predictive scenario comes into play here based on what we know about the potential fuel burn. So
yep,
Ferrari, I thought, may have had to go already.
Yeah, we've got Sprague in the pit lane, J-Man. Okay. So that may actually be the first. I mean, we saw Timpley in. I'm not sure about Timpley's situation there, and but he is still on the track. But Sprague may be the first of the.
Yeah, so I just watched the car being refueled, then I saw it go to jacks, and this is what race control will be looking for. It goes up and down off the jacks, and he'll be looking to get away very, very shortly as we see him go the better part of, what'll be, 28 seconds in now. This will be quite a long stop. I see a big dose of fuel going in here.
Yeah, so Sprague still on the jacks at, he's going to go a minute here. Easily.
So he went tyre. Yeah, he went tyre first, and now he's back on the ground. He's refueling. So up on the jacks for the tyre, back down on the ground for the fuel, and we'll just see what this looks like. And this is critical stuff because obviously it takes them out of off a track for a fair while. And we see Racho White goes back through again. So that's lap 22 they're into.
And this is it. Well, this is Jay. We've had the Matchfit advocates out, viewers, as we always do, particularly J-Man. He's well worn. But this is pretty much the particular lap, isn't it? Around 22 or 23, I think you called it at the top of the broadcast.
Yep.
And so that's why J-Man was getting a little animated. If you wondered why we just called Rattray White running, for simply just running across the start-finish line once again. Well, that's why. We're just wondering, out of all of the data, we have literally got just amazing amounts of data with the software that we use, but fuel loads isn't listed in that data. We do not get a live feed from the vehicles. There is a lot we can show you, but live fuel loads is not one of them. So
yeah, so something maybe a little bit more sinister for Alex Sprague, because he's in the pit lane for a hell of a long time.
Okay.
And if I lean on Aaron Timperley, you posed the question a little earlier.
Yes.
He was in and out in around.
Was it just below 50 seconds or something, wasn't it?
I think Timperley's was around 43, somewhere around there, 43 and a half, 44, somewhere around there. If I just looking back up and have a bit of a look.
We can bring that up there. Actually, it was 42. It shows on the tower. Anyway, J-Man.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. We're across the Tasman from each other, so we can give or take.
Yeah. There's a. That's right.
So that is impressive. So the boys into lap 23, Rattray White, Squadillas, McCartan. So predicted fuel numbers going a lot further than what I thought.
Than expected. Yep.
Maybe some of that is, maybe I kind of got the burn wrong, but based on what we know is they are out there pressing on. And deep into traffic now, though. We've got guys out of sequence. Just the sheer race pace of the front guys now starting to catch up on guys. I can see Stefan McCartan just rounding one up. I think he may have Louis Robinson coming up ahead of shot as well. So that'll be a factor. That'll be a factor in the race lap.
Oh, absolutely, J-Man. And obviously some of these drivers that they're coming up on, I've been in and out of the pit lane. So no surprise to start to see some, out of position cars here. 23 laps into this 82-lap race, J-Man. So what are we? We are about a quarter of the way through at Loba. So as they all just sneak past that Porsche there, J-Man, you called it.
Yep, and amazingly, after 23 laps, the gap between first and second still only half a second. Half a second.
And that's not. And then you go back here. So the gap between McCartan, Wakefield, Baden, Scott.
0.3, 0.2.
Amazing. So very, very close stuff here. As you can see on screen, viewers, the cameras at Magello are amazing. These guys have done a stellar job to really help us capture this action here for you, the viewers today. If you like what you're watching, remember to hit the like and subscribe button on our YouTube channel. Ladies and gentlemen, help support Matchfit Entertainment and all of our affiliates in the process. And you can, over at Sky, can give us a virtual thumbs up too at the screen. Thanks, guys. We enjoy getting this out live to you guys as well. So appreciate all of the viewers here today for the Magello 450 J-Man.
I'm with you, Davo. I'm with you. And definitely McCartan, Wakefield, Bade, Scott, Leonard have really just, I feel like this is the end of the tank and it's time to step it up and see who gets pit priority here.
Well,
racing to the lane, I think.
And you can't rule out Shepherd and Sebastian Bade in the background. So the top 9 is, mate, it's on fire. Actually, we'll put Bryce Harding in there. Okay, as well. So the top 10, super close. What's the gap? What do we got? We give an interval on the top
13
10.
seconds, just under 14 from the race lead.
There you go. We just bring it up on the tower there for you, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, just around that 14-second mark. So pretty impressive stuff. Top 10, 14 seconds after what have we got? 24 laps, and 24 and a half laps, nearly 25. As we watch Rattray White back out, and look at this. Look at him dodging and weaving. He's actually trying to break the draft on Squadillas, or is he just trying to shake the fuel tank up so he's got another lap? J-Man.
James Scott peels out of that. He's got to go in the Aston.
There you go.
He goes in at the start, at the end of lap 24, goes in.
Wow.
A couple of our safety cars, and then so unfortunately for Sprague, I think that is him out, Davo.
Oh no. Really?
I don't see him in my data, so
okay. I've got him stationary on my data, so you're right. I think we might have lost young Alex. That's unfortunate, James. Up a quick replay on the GAMAFLARE Sim Racing replay here. Chris Taylor sneaking past Leon Fox there. Nice work and stunning looking BMW. I think there's a couple of those sister cars there, BMWs, both stunningly presented. So nice work. Who's in the other one? Oh, here it is. It is. It's Benjamin Hignett.
Yep.
Is in the other car. So very, very tidy looking cars. Actually, Benjamin has got a bit to think about because he does have another very nicely painted car of Shane Edgar, the Mustang, and he just dips a wheel off. And here comes Edgar. He's going to have a crack at it. Thinks better.
Yeah. So these guys, I might as well use these notes, some of these notes that are predictive as fire starters during the week, Davo, because we are pressing on to lap 26. So the fuel number, this will be very much now based on if they can keep running these numbers, it'll be very much about track position, getting those 3 mandatory pit stops with 1 minimum tyre to take in those locked in. So based on this number here, I mean, we're well and truly outside of what I was predicting that they'd come in. We have seen some movement. Obviously, a little earlier we did see James Scott come in. He's come back out. I think, according to me, has he come back out? James Scott's come back out in 13th. So, hang on. Yeah, he has. So 51.9 round figures across the Tasman. It might be 50.
Yep.
And I tell you what, he's come out in a good position.
So we just
gets that thing fueled.
Yeah, so we've got a couple of cars in the pit lane at the moment. Sebastian Bade being one of them. I think we've got Holmes, Hanlon went into the pit lane, J-Man.
Yep.
Car on screen only just earlier, Benjamin Hignett's car. Edgar, who was with Hignett, going into battle as well, also in the pit lane. But most importantly, Bade, one of those top runners, J-Man, just in and out of the pits. I think we've got his time up there now, 53.8 on the tower, J-Man. So it's sort of on the money, maybe a little bit long, but we're pretty close to the money there, J-Man.
Yeah, so Holmes out ahead of Bade, and more importantly, not that far off the back of James Scott as well. So,
and sorry to interrupt, J-Man, we have the OPR team in, Scordalis, McCartan, Wakefield. They're all in, that whole group. Shepherd's in, Harding's in, Leonage is in, they're all in.
Yep. So they've driven
so
to
here
this
it is,
number.
where
they know
are
what
we?
It's about.
27, lap 27 for Leonage, and that way should just tick over maybe to 28. No, I think he's just back a little bit from... Yes, so there you go. Well, here we go. And look, these guys are literally just covering each other off for you, aren't they? They just don't want to get out of position here. So it'll be interesting. We do still have, so you can see the time on the tower there, ladies and gentlemen, on the Sim Racing Hub tower, ticking over. So you can clearly see in live time what these guys' pit stops are. We will stick with this because this is the top 10 first of the compulsory pit stops. I think that looked like, should I say Stephen McCartan away first, then the 2 Supercars NZ, Aston's away, J-Man.
Yep, very much so. It does look that way.
Was very busy. So who got away first there? That is Wakefield, actually. I don't know where. I thought McCartan actually got off the jacks first. I just wonder whether he let Wakefield through or not. Who knows with these guys?
Race leader in, Zach Rattray White in the lane, and he pressed that on for the longest out of all of them, Davo. So Rattray White in the Ferrari brings it to the lane.
Okay.
And
this is when we get
stop
excited.
and hold 5 seconds issued for Tobias there. So he must have had a little bit of an incident with one of the drivers. So he's got to stay stationary after his pit stop for a 5-second stop and hold.
And yes, and on that note, we must thank our SCNZ live race stewards that back us with all of our events. You know, taking time out on their Sunday afternoon, obviously to watch some awesome racing, but also adjudicate with the live stewarding. So awesome stuff from those boys, and yes, they have delivered maybe a couple of small, dished out a couple of small penalties so far, J-Man, but very tidy other than Zach Rattray White now off the jacks.
So
where did
Dylan
he go?
Shepherd's coming. Dylan Shepherd's coming down the front straight. He's going to come back out in front.
With a massive gap, J-Man. So we just look at Rattray White's pit stop is 53 odd seconds. Shepherd's 43.
Yeah, so that's the difference.
What?
10 seconds there. So as he underfueled that car to buy some track position in the second stint of this race, knowing now that if they run that number, if they run closer out to 26, 27 laps, it's merely a formality to get this stuff done. So is that a smart play for Dylan Shepherd to run this out? And I think it is. He's bought that position over Andrew Reese Wakefield, McCartan. He was in that battle pack with Bade, Scott and co as well. So he's really played that one quite smartly. Dylan, I talked about, obviously he's a student of the game, got great racing IQ around how to get these things done, reverse engineering it, and you can see it right there. He's got around about 3.8 seconds live distance to make up, and we'll see some of that crush a little bit by way of Rattray White trying to bring that tyre up to temp.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, like, so he's jumped his peers there, J-Man, and put himself up in a second position. Interesting play, this little sort of leapfrog that the team's doing at the moment here. But you look, shall we get the abacus back out, J-Man? And we have theorised that, you know, there's potentially a splash and dash. There's a short fuel run somewhere in this race if there was no safety cars. As we see Rattray White in the foreground there, still warming the tyres of the Ferrari there. But where does it go? Has Dylan Shepherd just run that short fuel load in that first compulsory pit stop, J-Man?
Yeah, I think he has, and I think they've got room to do so as well, and I think he's worked that out based on how far they stretched that out and the pace. Obviously, we did see quite a fair few 46s in there, but you know, were some 47s earlier in the piece. We saw when Scordelis got to the front, he backed the pack up, bought them some time. We did see the likes of Shepherd, Wakefield, McCartan, especially Wakefield and McCartan really roll out to stretch that fuel. They didn't buy into that early sprint pace that Rattray White and Andrew Scordelis ran. So look, I think they've paid a little bit of credit early, and I think Shepherd realises that and maybe just underfilled that car slightly to buy this track position. And look, smart play right now. If you ended up having a safety car right now, look, he's going to be the first OPR car to the lane, and look, he's likely going to have, you know, anywhere between 5 and 10 seconds longer as far as the fuel stop at some point versus the other guys if it becomes fuel certain. But however, I think he's calculated the numbers based on that 27 lap long run that they did, knowing that he's probably not going to have to fuel save at the back end if he kind of maybe stays status quo with the boys now. It'll be interesting just to see what sort of pressure Scordelis puts on him now as we see he's crushed that gap. We talked about obviously Shepherd with the 3.3 second gap up the road to Rattray White, which is now 2.4, but Scordelis will be more about what he's doing. And is there any team orders here? Does he let him go?
True that, J-Man. True that. Picking up on a bit of on the GAMAFLARE sim racing replay there. Oh, it was Jason Schutt with one of the other Porsches. It looked like Schutt was nearly slowing or nearly stopped on track there. One of the other boys has just come up behind, giving him a good shove. Actually, the other car, I'm not sure who the other car is, actually looked like he might have come off worse off. So just Schutt trying to right that car. But yeah, look, very valid points, J-Man too. And when we talk about these strategies, you know, like we did talk about it at the top of the broadcast, how they can literally go out the window, or they've got to rethink them on the fly. I mean, you know, like I know it's still relatively early days in the race, But you know, is it the likely? Yeah, they sort of weighing up the likelihood of not having a safety car because the racing is so clean that you know, does that maybe slightly sway their judgment when it comes to strategy as well?
Yeah, I think it would definitely be a factor. I mean, obviously, you know, safety cars can come out for multiple reasons. Obviously, if someone gets it incredibly wrong somewhere, and then we have, you know, a front splitter on the front straight, we don't actually know. Obviously, you know, let's be clear here. Supercars NZ with the race control and stewards run completely separate to what you and I do here. So we have no real knowledge or authority over what they do. It's very much conducted as an independent business. So, you know, for those of you out there that are watching, you know, there's nothing scripted here. This is all ad lib, and you know, those guys are watching multiple things. You know, we're bringing the action live here, so you know, when it comes down to that, you know, like I think for me at the moment, it comes back to Dylan Shepherd. I think it's a smart play to buy some track position because we just don't know how this is going to go. What we do know now is they're running a lot longer than what we anticipated. So I think there's a lot less pressure at the back end. However, you just never know. As we see a car go round in front of Dylan Shepherd, and it's just moments like that that can change the course of a race. Sorry, Davo, I'm not sure if you were with me live there.
I think that shoot again, as we pick it up on the GAMAFLARE Racing replay there, and you are right, J-Man. How quickly things can change. That is a classic example there. So we just see Wakefield rounding up. I think that was Phil Davison there in the 777 Porsche. But these guys starting to find themselves amongst some back markers, out of position cars already. And quite a few of them, actually. Rattray White. You can still see all these boys in camera shot there together. Look at them all coming across over the top of the hill there. I think it's Leonage rounding the back of that little group up there, currently running in 7th. With an out of position BMW behind him, and then the next little wave, which is that Jensen Bade, Joshua Holmes, Sebastian Bade, and the like.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, that's about to change. Good pick up there, Davo. James Scott just been issued a drive-through penalty.
Oh, okay.
Gaining a position off track, and that was, I believe, it was on Jensen Bade, the 66 car. So that's about to change a little bit there, because James Scott's going to get taken out of that fight, which is a real shame because he has worked hard in there all afternoon already. Albeit, you know, when I say all afternoon, I know what, 32 odd laps in here, but that just, you know, much like McKay, it's just it's unscheduled stuff. Actually, speaking of McKay, can we get a read on how's McKay progressing? He really up against it here today. Okay, so McKay up to 14th, Davo, by my calculations.
Man, it does not surprise me with the pace of McKay. He's like, and he also got in his progress back from a lap 1 incident. He also got a sneaky little penalty thrown in there somewhere, just getting a little bit aggressive on his way back through the field. So had to roll through for a drive-through, J-Man, but back to 14th. And look, I don't. Without the drive-through, I didn't count him out for being back in the top 5 and potentially even on the podium. So just given his pace, so really making a good hard crack. Next car up the road for McKay, just quietly though, is Zachary Hanlon, J-Man. Former winner from our last event at Road America. So no slouch. And now he has, as you can see on the totem, or the tower there, should I say, Hanlon's up a couple of positions from his start. I think he's done a pit stop as well, J-Man. And McKay down 13th. So struggling. Who's got the best gains out of everyone? I've got McCall there. I'll just go down.
Thomas up. What, 16 something, is he? What actually, no, what's Thomas up?
I think it is Thomas McCall. I think it is Thomas McCall. It was Kenny Simpson there for a while, but I think Simpson may have pitted as well. So I'm sure everyone's pitted, but how quick or slow your pit stops are. The 1%ers, as we call them. So many mistakes can happen. And gains or losses in the pit lane. Hence, 3 compulsory pit stops here tonight, or today, should I say, in the Matchfit events. Magello 450, J-Man, what do you got eyes on there?
Well, I was just watching James Scott, and he was trying to serve his penalty, and actually did serve his penalty, actually.
Oh,
so
there you go.
maybe he was a little bit upset about it, but he did serve that. But what I was actually looking at, and no discredit to anybody else throughout the field, was I was actually just watching the performance at the moment of Retro White. Obviously, we saw the bit of a game of chess at the start between himself and Scordilis and the OPR boys, and he got in, got out, ran it long, 27 in, and then he's out there pressing on. Last lap through was a 46.461, only bettered by Jensen Bade's 46.1. And I tell you what, he is pressing on with the pace based on now he knows how far he's got. Okay, so it's actually James Scott talking about he went to clear his penalty, but it didn't look like it got cleared. So I'll just have a look and see where James Scott is. And he still has a black flag to his name. So a little bit of discussion between the driver and the race stewards at the moment as to what that looks like. He clearly went through the lane. I visually watched it. So
Yeah.
interesting. But
Yes,
I
you pick up on.
guess back to the live. Scordilla, Shepherd, and Wakefield. So the 3 of them, there'll still be a plan. Are racing on pretty hard.
And that's McCartan. If you look just a little bit further back, and you don't have to look too far, another of the OPR cars there. That was a little slip up there from Shepherd, and that allows teammate Reece Wakefield through. Easy, just a tricky little sausage there on the inside of that ripple strip there, J-Man. You can actually run over it, but if you don't get it right, it does that. So a little bit of a positional error there. Yes, causing a positional change. So Dylan Shepherd still doing a fantastic job though, nonetheless, J-Man. So the field just settling in a little bit. They've just, got their first CPS under their belt and out of the road, and that probably gives us a chance to just thank our sponsors. J-Man, GAMAFLARE, as always, legends, backing everything Matchfit across the board. SIMBLACKS, obviously, got our backs with all of our Matchfit stuff. So thank you very much, Stefan, and all the other legends at SIMBLACKS. Obviously, SCNZ conducting live stewarding race control here, as always, for Matchfit events. So you bunch of legends as well. And obviously, one of our affiliates, and we are going live directly now. G'day everybody in New Zealand on Sky 83 Face TV here again this afternoon for the Magello 450, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a couple of things at J-Man as we just see the boys circulating there. We will talk about the prize pool. Why is it so exciting? Why is there so many cars on track and they're racing so fierce? It's because it's $3,000 up. It's $3,000 up here in the prize pool, and that keeps everybody interesting, and it keeps the racing. Obviously, well, it doesn't keep the racing. The racing's always hot, but yeah, these guys definitely play for keeps. Another thing to mention, I think I've already mentioned it a couple of times today, but here we go again. Grab your phones out, Sky viewers, Matchfit viewers, wherever you're watching us, get your phones out, and free entry, sign up and to win the Get a Sim competition here.
Sorry to interrupt you, Davo. Safety car.
Okay.
We have gone yellow, mate. Sorry, a little bit to unpack, and
That's okay.
as you said, viewers, scan the code.
Scan the code, and you two could be sitting in that bit of kit here for the next Matchfit event. But we are going to get, I wonder whether it was Jason Shoot again that's come up on my radar. So we're going to pick up, hang on. Yeah, on the GAMAFLARE Racing replay there. Maybe it wasn't. So what's the safety car? Have we got a call on it, Jay?
Yeah, I'll come to you. I just want to unpack a little bit of something else as well, just while I get the opportunity, Dave. There's been a fair bit going on of late, and I'll tell you what, pit lane, I'll start with pit lane is open under yellow, and this gives an opportunity for a free kick for some of these drivers. As you can see, Rattray White straight in. They'll take the opportunity to get rid of one of their 3 compulsory stops and one of their 3 compulsory single tyre changes. James Scott, unfortunately, so there's a little bit of confusion about that penalty. He actually sped in pit lane 70 kilometres an hour. And then, unfortunately,
okay. Yep.
James maybe not happy with himself, and I think he's decided to call it a day. So it takes him out of it. The safety car, I will get to you what that's for.
Oh, I bet you I know what that was for. That is the Kenny Simpson car. Looked like it was parked at... Is that? It is. It's right at the start-finish line there. Now, I know Simpson... I think I was talking to Simpson yesterday. He said he was having pedal dramas with that car. And he may have lost... And again, we just see him. We're just picking up on the GAMAFLARE sim racing replay there. And that is Simpson off at the end of the straight. Once he got that thing moving again, I don't know whether... He might have the brake pedal in that car. And so I would suspect that's what the SCNZ stewards have called that safety car for, J-Man, is for a stranded car on the straightaway.
Yeah, 100%. So, importantly too, Scordelis
Okay, we had pit stops.
Rattray White
Yes.
off of pit road as well. So that was an important stop there, and Scordelis did it beautifully. Shepherd maintains that 3rd position over McCartan, who moved up Davo. He was super efficient as well. So those are the 2 pit stoppers by my calculation. Down to Ray Hahn. Nick Aston is the odd one out there with 1 stop in there. And then Jensen Bade and further down the pack follows through. Obviously, opportunity while the bunch is, the pack's bunched. If I was Nick Aston right now, when they come back through again, I'd shoot down there. Yeah, Bearded Revenge, just typing in the chat, 36 laps for a safety car. I think the guys have done a stellar job. I think it shows big props to the drivers out there.
Oh,
keeping it
totally.
nice and clean. And look, there's probably been a couple of times that have been close, but look, they've managed to let the guys just go at it, and we appreciate it. We've had some great green flag running, and this one will really just shake things up a bit, and I think the smart guys will play this one well. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see 1 or more drivers under yellow go and get another one done. Get that 3rd and final stop done.
Are they going to go around one more?
No, front runners, no.
No, it looks like they're going to roll around one more time. Maybe to give the Simpson car, is it still on track? Are they giving him time? It is on track, but it is in the field of cars. So
Yeah, he's back rolling, I think.
So De Graaf,
Yep.
still, should I say, the safety car, the Matchfit Entertainment safety car is still controlling the field. J-Man. And yes, to who was that that piped up in the chat there? Just, yes, like you just mentioned, calling, what was it, 37 laps for a safety car. Stellar job. It's actually a testament. It just shows you the skill of the skill level of this field of drivers here today for the Mazzillo 450. As they just wave a couple of cars.
There's quite a few
through.
getting away by.
Yep. So just to bring those guys back on to the lead lap there, ladies and gentlemen, which is always nice for these boys, obviously, to get back up on that lead lap. So everybody's got a bit of a crack as the race wraps up. And there's actually quite a few guys getting away around there, J-Man. So I was surprised. They'd lapped, the boys up the front had lapped that many guys, just quietly. So there we go, Jaden Wilcox just sneaking past as well. So
I tell you what, it was a number that I couldn't quote, mate. The amount of guys that actually got a wave by. So
there's quite a few. There's quite a few. Just quietly. Oh dear.
So importantly, it's once again, it's kind of rinse and repeat. We reset the field. Once we go green again, Scodillas and Retro White going to lead from the front, and then Shepherd, McCartan, Wakefield. But for me, good net gain over this period as well for Zach Hanlon, for a former winner, certainly in a good position, and also Dean McKay.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Zach Hanlon, Dean McKay.
Safety car on its way, Davo. It's on its way.
So a few guys will be, savouring this safety car. There's a cute little BMW M2 there. Little funny looking little thing after we've been watching bloody 36 GT3s run around. Look at it, looks like a little toy Matchbox car. And it'll get tucked away safely in its little toy box. And hopefully for the rest of the day, J-Man, as we get back to this field, look at the flex going on in the top 5, 6, 7 cars. How close can you get?
Yeah, there's only a little gap, I think, back to, I think, is that Sebastian Bade.
Sebastian Bade, and then, is it Leonard? Yeah, it is.
Green flag.
Oh, here we go. Shepherd on Rattray White immediately gets the run. Is he holding him up?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely was a clear play there. And we're going to go 3 wide down into San Donato. We're going to go... Who's that?
Oh, that's McCartan. That's McCartney's going, oh, well, I'll get amongst this. He's got Rattray White, but I don't think he's going to get him into here, or does he? Rattray White getting hung out to dry here by the OPR boys.
Power and numbers, Davo. Look at that. We see the OPR cars 1, 2, 3 now. Rattray White will not be happy about that. And he's got another one tucked right in behind. Reese Wakefield.
It definitely looked like Scudillas
he's
held
going to
him
have
up.
a big lose. Gathers it up. How did he save that, Reese Wakefield?
Wow. So only just dropped a spot there. I don't even have a replay of the way that little incident actually, unfortunately. But Sebastian Bade sneaks on past in the Matchfit Mustang. He's got Leonage and Bade behind him, his brother. So the dynamic changes vastly after the Zach Rattray White car.
Now, safety car changes everything, Davo, in respect to fuel loads. We already knew that they were stretching them out, but it just bought themselves. Sorry, mate, just got race control on my ear.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what Zach can do with this. We know when these boys, the OPR boys up the front, can control the situation. Very difficult to make any gains on them. Look at Shepherd on Scudillas. McCartan's playing rear gunner.
So Sebastian Bade not happy on the radio in the recent past, and I'll tell you what, he's been
very
grabbed
vocal
by
about
Harding.
it.
Sorry, not Leonage. And I think it was Wakefield as well.
Yeah, Wakefield up there.
Yeah.
Harding.
A little bit of damage too, Davo.
Harding doing well, actually, past Bade there. In the pit stops. Who's that? Is that Buchanan there having a crack?
Yeah, there's a little bit of contact there as well.
Oh, look, and who's that? Who's that? That is Zach Hanlon. Joins the track. Whoa! And did he join it? He jumped in right in the deep end there with that. And here he
He's
comes.
not finished either. Look at them. Oh, there's contact behind him, and that would have been Benjamin Hignett. The little bit of contact, unfortunately, with I think Shane Edgar was in there as well.
Here we go, GAMAFLARE sim racing replays. Here we go. And it was Edgar just found himself on the inside there, just unweighted the car ever so slightly, got into the BMW. All the guys ran through unscathed. But, oh my, J-Man.
And I'll tell you what, who snuck past there, literally...
Zach Hanlon.
Maybe a couple of sheets of carbon fibre. No, it was Dean McKay actually got through on that one as well. He was right on the back of that.
There you go. There you go. Nick Aston as well through J-Man. So there's a couple of cars that are just snuck in there. Aston and Holmes as well. We've got Bade and Hanlon just right there. Bade's car looks well damaged, J-Man. Sebastian, the front of that Mustang, left-hand side, front is not good. Hanlon.
Here comes Dean McKay as well. Right tucked in behind Zach Hanlon now. So he is on the march. And not to mention, obviously, the performance at the front at the moment. Scordilis has got his way. He's got the lead back of this race over Shepherd, McCartan. Rattray White's still got to try and deal with the third of the OPR cars, Davo, in this trio that are dictating the way this, I guess, second phase of this race unwraps. But, man, back there, talking about Hanlon, McKay, Buchanan's going with as well.
So we're not even halfway. We're very close too, but we're not halfway yet, J-Man.
Yeah, and we've seen this before, you know, guys that don't show on our radar for a fair way, and we get towards the back end and this thing just lights up like a Christmas tree. And I tell you what, I mean, we know already who Dean McKay is. We saw it in qualifying, and he's worked really, really hard to come back through as he puts a slide job on.
And we know who Zachary Hanlon is as well, J-Man, and he was very much a quite achiever at the Road America 450 as well. And our last event going head-to-head with the OPR boys, so a lot of flashing of the headlights there coming from McKay. J-Man thinks Hanlon might be holding him up. Well, I don't know. Is he talking to him?
It's actually, it's actually Bade. It's actually Bade. He's struggling through the right-handers, and the boys are all over him, and he's just going to drop like a stone. He may have to think about trying to short this thing and getting that next set of tyres on and fixing a bit of damage, because it's still a long, long way to go. We can see it here. We've
got to be careful. Oh, look at that evasive action. Oh, there is contact. They're going to run through this. Oh, my. Whoa. I can't believe they both survived that. So massive evasive action down into one. Bade going, it was actually Zach Hanlon going one side of Bade and McKay going the other. Zach goes, hang on, I needed to go the other way. And well, it was 3 wide into the turn-in of turn 1 there. I'm surprised all 3 of them made that, J-Man. Like, literally, it just, unbelievable. So, Zach Hanlon survives. Dean McKay survives. Sebastian Bade. That car is well damaged. He's got Buchanan coming in the the RER car here. Look out. Oh man, what a restart. Scordilis over Shepherd, over McCartan. Rattray White could argue that Scordilis literally held him up down the straightaway there, allowing the teammates through there on that restart.
Yeah, well, I can tell you the radio's are light.
Oh, I bet it is.
With stuff going on up the front there between McCartan and Rattray White, there's there's an investigation on at the moment. We can
there goes White. There goes White. Oh, is he?
Live here.
He's
if he can live here, he'll have rights to turn 2.
He's easily got it.
Yeah.
Look, McCartan hasn't, I mean, no slouch. I mean, we know McCartan. We know how quick he is, but he hasn't looked as speedy as his teammates here today in the McLaren. We know White has definitely got the pace to run with the 2 at the top.
But look at what this is doing. This is allowing Shepherd and Scudillas to go. McCartan, Retro White, Wakefield, Bade, Leonarge.
That's right. Harding, remember Harding that, Jamie, in the BMW. Like, he's just not in this fight, but he's just there. He's always just there in the Jack Daniels car. So, amazing effort from Harding there. Oh, look at the two SCNZ cars.
Yeah, so that's Leonarge and Bade really starting to gang up on Wakefield now.
Let's get over the
what
rear
can
wing.
Retro White do from here? He's dispatched one of the OPR cars. He's got to hunt down.
Well, I think he's got Shepherd's pace. Like, easily, he's got Scudillas' pace, J-Man. I really did think that he was held up down into one.
Yep.
He should have. Him and Scudillas. They definitely boxed him. Yeah. So I think he just wants to get past Shepherd because he knows he's got Andrew's pace.
Don't count out the driver from P9 as well, Davo, albeit
Dean McKay.
10 seconds off the lead of this race. He has had to fight back from serious adversity today. You know, early on, lap 1, effectively turn 3, goes around, goes backwards, and then gets a drive through. I can tell you now, that number came up on the radar again for the race stewards. It was cleared.
Yeah, so Dean McKay back to, it was mid-20s in position, wasn't it?
I think I saw him out at 27th at one point. Yeah.
After lap, maybe not after lap 1, but then just a little short excursion through the pit lane as a drive-through penalty put him well back, and here he is, and we knew not to count him out, J-Man, like really, but sitting in 9th, 8 positions down from his starting position, but you can see the theme here. He's on his way. He's going, that's okay, boys. I'm coming. And just look at that shot there. So that was Dean McKay. We're watching Dean McKay now.
Yep.
You can see the GAMAFLARE Supercars NZ bright blue cars up in front in some of these shots. They are not that far away from him. And with the pace that he's running at, it'll only be a matter of time because they are like right in the thick of battle. With each other. And here we go again. Bade on Wakefield.
Yeah, turn 16 gets it done.
Does that slow Wakefield enough to allow Leonarge to run? We're going to soon find out down the end here. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh, how close is that? And Leonard's just trying to sneak the nose of his Aston and get the overlap there.
It's not done.
Jensen pushed Wakefield all the way as far as he could. Gave him no room. Oh, and there it is. They gathered it up, but Wakefield's car damaged. Oh, no, J-Man. What? Whoa. Oh, I'm sure.
Did he? Can we see a replay? Did Bade give him enough space for Wakefield to re-enter off of the exit apex? No front clip on that now. Wakefield is going to hurt for pace. And I'll tell you what, Leonarge didn't need any more invitation.
We are picking it up on the replay, J-Man, and it looked like there was plenty of space.
Plenty of space, yeah. So that one, unfortunately, I think is going to be on Reese Wakefield.
So there you go. Thank you to the GAMAFLARE Sim Racing replay, J-Man. And of course, yes, that is... who's just snuck past there?
That was Jensen Bade.
Jensen Bade, should I say.
Wakefield,
on
yeah,
Wakefield
so
as well.
He gets it done again.
Clearly, we're going to see Wakefield into the pit lane. I'm sure the Supercars NZ race control comms are going off at the moment, J-Man. We will get over the rear wing of Bade's car here.
Well, you need to because that is Wakefield and Dean McKay.
Dean McKay back in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. surprisingly, that Wakefield car, well, it was okay through one. It's got a little bit of camber on that corner, but it's slowly, we will see Bade, no doubt, creep away from that well-damaged Aston of Wakefield, J-Man. That is Bryce Harding in the BMW, the lead BMW in the race.
Yeah.
So what do we got? We've got a couple of McLarens. We've got a Ferrari of Zach Rattray White in third position. And then it is an Aston Martin Fest here in the top 10, J-Man. What have we got eyes on?
Sorry, I was just going to that Bryce Harding car. Now, we talked about previous events that we run, and we saw Zach Hanlon sneak in the final phase of the race and just have superior pace and a performance to win him that one. And I tell you what, for me at the moment, Bryce Harding is doing nothing wrong here. He is tucked up in behind Rehan Leonage.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, he went through when that Jensen Bade Reese Wakefield thing was going on, which is, I'm sure, still under investigation, but he is right there. And I'll tell you what, Dean McKay doesn't waste any time on the slide job down at the final turn.
Teammate, yeah.
To get that pass done.
Yeah, does Wakefield come in, J-Man? Come on. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Not at this stage. You probably want to stretch this window out. We'll just see what the pace is for Wakefield.
But Harding, J-Man, you're right. Look at it. We mentioned it earlier. Like, he's been there. He just hasn't been in the fight with the boys, has he? But he's been right there this whole race. And as soon as they start to, get the elbows out, he just gets that little bit closer and that little bit closer, and he's right there. And currently running in 6th. Car looks fine, no damage, and really hasn't had to fight for his position too hard. So nice work, Bryce Harding.
And don't discount him, mate. He's just on his best lap of the race, a 46.647. You talked about it. You're going to get to the back end of the day. The track's going to come to them. The track's fully gripped up. The temperature's probably going to fall away a little bit. Actually, can we get a read on that track temp at the moment?
Well, it's 38. It's dropped nearly 10 degrees since the green flag dropped. So the ambient temperature has stayed static at about 23 degrees. Very nice. But that track temp, as the sun starts to just move a bit lower in the sky, we just talk about Harding there. Big catch up there. From Harding there, so you can't tell me he's not pushing. He's really clearly working. But yeah, track temp's well down. And the lower that gets, the faster these times will get, J-Man.
Yeah, speaking of faster times, McKay was just under 2/10 faster through Sector 1 than Bade ahead of him. Pretty much matched him, just slightly better in Sector 2. And we'll see what that looks like when they complete the lap, but here's on the way. Rattray White's doing a nice job of closing down that margin. He's got it to under a second now to Dylan Shepherd. So, you said he's clearly got top race pace.
He's got the pace. He's got the pace. And look, once he was past McCartan and co, right, look at the gap. He's literally just driven away from them. No disrespect to Stefan. Super quick racer, but he just hasn't looked quick today in the McLaren. And Rattray White knew he had to get past him to chase these two. And like I mentioned, I think he's easily got Dylan Shepherd's pace. Easily. I think, given the right situation, he will be quick, smart past Shepherd. He wants to chase down Andrew. Andrew, he's got to keep him in sight. And yes, he does still have him in sight here. Well, let's get off the roof of Zach Rattray White's car there. You can see very close. No one has been able to control this race, J-Man, so far. They've all had a crack at it.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Definitely, Andrew had a crack, and definitely Zach got through and ran to his strategy, and now he's got work to do. Obviously, really just got bottled up at that race restart. And look, that's part of the gamesmanship, and look, he's got work to do. Just an update as well from pit lane. Shane Edgar just having to do a drive-through there for an incident that he was involved in. I think maybe lap 39, so just undertakes that. So that took a little bit for a race control on back. However, as usual, they do a stellar job of making sure everything's fair and just. But for me, at the moment, Dave, I'm still watching this gap now. You can see Rattray White just in the last half of that lap really just closed on down. Talked about McKay as well. He is right on the back.
Look at the run he's got on Shepherd here. Now he goes to the inside. Just forces Shep inside there a little bit.
He does.
Compromises his run. Tricky part of the circuit here. Magello is very much just swings from one corner. It's like a series of S's. Easy to make mistakes on if you're not getting it right. You know, just throwing the odd, you know, sausage. There you go. That boy's just run over one there.
Yeah.
But a little bit tricky to get past on some parts of the circuit. Here we go again. It looks like Zach is really forcing Shep to cover here and there, which is slowing him up. And he's, geez, he looks like he's lining him up to pounce it. Here it is. Gets the overlap.
He's got the pace. He ran a 46.1 last lap through to be the fastest car on the circuit, the fastest car of the afternoon as well. So it'll be literally a timing thing. And this will be playing, Dylan Shepherd will be playing the numbers game as well. He'll be in there riding shotgun, back up Charlie for Andrew Scodillis as well. And look, you know, these events, albeit they're a single driver event, when you see the team cars come in here, they know how to play this game. They know what they've got to do. And this team, this OPR team, will do everything they can within the rule book to make sure that they get one of their boys out the front. And I'm still watching with the 10, the gap closing now. Dean McKay on Bryce Harding has bayed now. He is through on Harding in the recent past as well. Actually,
we're the GAMAFLARE sim racing replay. We're just going to pick that up there now. Bryce, Bane was coming so quick. He sort of went, oh, do I cover? Oh, shit, maybe not. And just got out of the way pretty quickly there. And just allowed Bade through unfettered. So nice work. Thank you to the GAMAFLARE sim racing replay there, ladies and gentlemen. And look, thank you all you legends for tuning in again today to Matchfit Entertainment for the official coverage of the Magello 450. Thank you, GAMAFLARE, SIMBLACKS, and obviously the SCNZ live stewarding team and SCNZ. Just because they're a bunch of legends. And thank you all our Sky 83 viewers for tuning in again live today to, mind you, here for the Matchfit events, the Magello 450. And hasn't it been a cracker, J-Man? Oh, wow.
Stunning.
A lot going on.
We knew it'd shape up. Good to see Rehan still keeping the pressure on Stefan as well.
That's what's going on here. We got Will Buchanan having a crack at Zach Hanlon.
Yep.
Hanlon back pass.
Yeah.
Oh, and then there was contact.
Yeah,
Hanlon goes around.
On the radio.
We'll pick that up on the replay. And that was definitely Hanlon around.
And I tell you what, playing the game inside the rules, Retro White on the radio, not happy about moving under brakes from Dylan Shepherd. So we give you all the good and the nitty gritty here up at Matchfit Entertainment.
Mate, you know, we got the eyes on it. We'll just stay out of it. We'll let the SCNZ stewards take care of it. But you know, like these boys, they're playing for keeps, and they're smart operators, J-Man. You know, these guys know what they're doing here. And Retro White again, just showing that he can put that Ferrari wherever he likes, given some room. And room is something that he is not getting at the moment from Dylan Shepherd. Shep's got him covered. Just looking back a shot there, we're looking over the rear wing of Dylan Shepherd there. Looking over the rear wing, that's Rian on Stepan, actually, in the right back. See if we can just pick up on a bit of that action there, because that is getting spicy, J-Man.
Wakefield cops a drive-through penalty for that incident with Jensen Bade earlier too.
Oh, does he really? Okay, if the damage was not punishment enough, J-Man gets a drive-through to boot. which obviously he needs to do separately. You can't drive through and fix the bumper bar on the same. Oh dear. Okay, so bit of a slap on the wrist there, but yeah, look, this is what happens when the racing gets spicy sometimes, J-Man.
It does.
The red mist comes over, you know, and then we get some real action. What's going on here up the front here? Dylan Shepherd, Rattray White again with very sharp, evasive moves here. Oh, as he gets tangled up with one of the Mercedes, actually boxed Shepherd in.
That's a bit of what you can do, I can do better.
That was that move.
Yeah.
Let's get I need a blimp shot of this. Just watch this. Watch this unfold there. And it looked like Rattray White had to go down there anyway. Maybe just might have squeezed that up a little bit more than he had to.
Yeah.
And really did get Dylan Shepherd in behind that Mercedes and force him having to slow up. Well. Wow, what a game of chess, J-Man. Oh, yeah, my.
And so that releases it now. He can let the pace of that car go. We mentioned he did a 46.1 a few laps ago, 46.8 previous lap through when he put that pass on, and we get to really see what sort of pace he can do. The gap stands live at 3.69 seconds. So we'll watch that space as he's now put Shepherd behind him. McCartan's still got a lot to think about with Rihan, and
Bade lining up too. Just
well, they need to. They've got to stay with it because McKay's coming. He's in there. 46.2 is best. 46.3 last lap. So, you know, we talked about the safety car, the dynamics and what that would mean. It's opened their fuel window a lot more than probably already was, based on the fact that we saw them run out 26, 27 laps.
So what we need to do is just keep an eye on it. We'll bring it up. Yeah, so I think we've got it actually running live there on the tower now. So these are the last lap times these guys have done, as you can just see them updating there. And so just watch the Scordillas Rattray White, you know, chase. So you can see there clearly 10th of a second quicker from Rattray White over Scordillas. And then quicker than Shepherd in behind. Then we've got to look at the Rians and the Jensen Bays that are chasing McCartan down as well. There, J-Man. McCartan still holding his own. Like, although not as speedy as we would expect from McCartan, still no slouch and keeping these two boys at bay at the moment.
Yeah, fantastic racing, and good to see a little bit further back down the pack. Aaron Timperley, obviously, saw him stop really, really early, Davo. You questioned it. It was legit. He went in really, really early. So look for him to maybe be the next of the stoppers. Took the opportunity under safety car to get the second one, as did the front boys. And look, he's got pressure at the moment from Hignett, who obviously had an incident earlier, carrying a little bit of front right damage to that BMW. But he's raced incredibly well, and he was in here for a bit of, a bit of bragging rights with Tobias, and he has certainly got the measure over Toby at the moment, and he's well up the field. So great performance there from Azza, one of the guys that we know personally, and he's pressing on, and levels of ability out there and experience just vast, and I think it makes these events really, really special. You know, we've got guys that are out there literally. Maybe their first crack at something like this, and guys out there that have really put a package together and turned up with the team, and, you know, they don't even have to think on their feet. I'm sure they've forecast multiple scenarios, but hey, to give you an update, we talked about 3.7 seconds, Davo.
Yep.
Was the margin. Was it 3.7 or 2.7? No, it was 3.7. It's now 3.1.
Yeah, and changing rapidly. Oh, look, I'm just watching this little fight between McCartan, Rian, and Jensen. I just wonder whether if Jensen was and Rian was swapped, this would probably happen quicker, like a pass on McCartan.
Stick with it, mate. Stick with it, because I tell you what, if it hasn't got drama written all over it, it's got certainly a replay.
It's going to happen soon, because I think McKay's going to be right there. He's entering the chat, and he's coming in quick.
Well, he's just back-to-backing 46.2s at the moment to be the fastest man on circuit at the moment.
Greenall in the pit lane, J-Man.
Yep. So what will that be for Blake? That'll be his 3 stops done. So he'll be the second of the 3 stoppers, because actually JT, Jonathan Turner, by my calculation, has actually done his 3rd. Where is he situated? Okay. Turner is... Okay, so Thomas McCall, 3 stops. Jonathan Turner, 3 stops. And then we go to Wakefield, Wilcox. Okay.
Got a 2.6 seconds gap between Scordelis and Rattray White, J-Man. As we see,
yeah, 47.0 plays a 46.5, so it's easily half a second a lap at the moment. It's going to dive deep into that margin.
Interesting little scenario here. We've got a out of position Mustang just trying to sneak out of the way of Steph McCartney, Rian Leonard, Jensen Bade and Dean McKay, but we also had a Ferrari out of position, just sneaking out of the pit lane there as the boys rolled down across the start-finish line as well. So it's going to get busy again all time. Bryce Harding in the BMW sitting back there. He's sort of toing and froing off this pack there. Just running his own race, J-Man, right there, ready to pounce. As we watch McCartan. Sorry, go.
No, you're right. Just saying that Will Buchanan as well is flying under the radar, as well as Joshua Holmes. And certainly heard the name Joshua Holmes before today as well, a very accomplished sim racer as well. So he's sitting beside what is to be, I guess, a points paying or a position paying place at the moment in the 10. We know that obviously with our sponsors and that there's a fair bit at stake here. It does pay down to 10th, and albeit most of the guys, like I mentioned at the top of the stream, will be here for the enjoyment. It's just nice to get a little takeaway from it as well.
Yeah, why not? So plenty going on, J-Man.
Yeah, just looking at, I'm not sure whether that was a little mistake for Rattray White, or maybe even Scordelis stepped up the pace there, but it just stepped up from around about that 2.5 seconds back up to 2.8. So we'll just see what that looks like on the lap times.
Yeah, a couple of tenths there.
46.3, that's what it was, versus a 46.5. So definitely net gain to Scordelis there.
Yep, J-Man, so I'm just watching. I wonder if Rian's going to let Jensen pass here, and he has. Okay, so this doesn't surprise me. And if I was team principal, I would have had Bade in front of Rian there. I think Bade just has a different mentality when it comes to putting the pressure on. I think Bade here now leading those 2 sister cars might push Stefan maybe a little bit harder than Rian was able to. And it might make the move for both of them. So I just that little exchange between the 2 team cars there does not surprise me. And well, obviously they've got McKay coming, and he's right there now. So they've got to think on their feet, make this happen, and get on and get in front of the game.
Yeah, and look, we've seen at this pace that when these boys can run anywhere from sort of, I'm going to say 46. Maybe 6 out to a 47 flat, it becomes incredibly hard to pass. Obviously McKay has the ability to run back-to-back several 46.2s just previously. Just went in on a 47.0. I think a little bit of that was actually rounding up that car that you mentioned. He kind of caught it awkward through 2-3.
Yes.
But he's there now, and he'll have, I guess, this outright pace of Rian, Jensen and Stefan in front of him to try and work out. And look, we know Sandinato is a great opportunity. We've seen them go inside, but also the ability for these cars to live on the outside of turn 1 and then have the rights for turn 2, 3. But they can go side by side through there. And unfortunately for Bade, and I think at the time it was, just trying to think, it was Reese Wakefield, didn't kind of make it work. However, many before them have. So straight away, you could see the attitude. Jensen Bade, full attack down to Sandinato this time through. Yep. You talked about the positional swap between the 79 and the 66, and I think that is definitely a forecast move to go and attack now for that 4th spot.
Hey, look, and it isn't a given at all, because, Stefan, he's not going to make it easy, and it's taken a whole lap for Jensen to even position the car to look threatening behind him. Who was that on? Okay, that's one of the Ferraris, I think it was. That is Chris Zawalski, J-Man. And we'll
Zalewski goes around.
Zalewski, yeah, we'll just pick up on the GAMAFLARE Sim Racing replay, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! And here he goes. Chris Zalewski goes for a big ride. Absolutely 100% a passenger in that the Racecraft SCNZ number 27 Ferrari, I think it is. Oh, no, it's a Corvette, actually, I think that is.
Yeah, Josh Holmes cops a drive-through by the look of it out of P10, so that'll be music to Hanlon's ears. However, I'm watching this margin at the front now unleash. It was a 46.2 last lap for Rattray White, for a 46.9 for Scodillas, so 1.4 the margin.
Okay, so there's one of the yellow Ferraris just tucked in between the two guys. So was that the reason behind that that time change there, J-Man? That'll
be Big E.
It's Big B or Biggie?
Yeah, Big B, yep. Yeah, Jason Bigby there.
So Scodillas, Rattray White, Dylan Shepherd. He's been able to hold his own very
against
nicely.
McCartan.
One of the RER cars just up in
McCartan.
behind him. They're out of position. Then McCartan, Bade, Rian, Leonard, Dean McKay. Now we've been very focused on this little battle over the last couple of laps, remembering Buchan. Now look at Buchanan, should I say Buchanan, J-Man.
Yep.
Just has actually dropped well back from that group now. Whether it's just not navigating the traffic as well as he could, or whether his pace is just going away from that car. Yes. So
bad lap, 48.3. Yep.
So Bryce Harding well back. Will Buchanan, however, J-Man in one of the RER cars. Again, a quiet achiever. Sitting here in ninth, not really making a fuss, but he's there, and that's what counts.
McKay threw on Rian. Sorry, Davo. Just thought it was a critical part of the race here for McKay and Rian that he is through. So
we'll check it out on the GAMAFLARE Sim Racing replay here, ladies and gentlemen. And Rian just steps aside. He knows Dean's got way more pace than him.
It's not worth the fight right now.
It's not. And we just carry on with this replay here for a little bit longer. You just see them getting involved with one of the out of position cars there. Very nicely gets away. Very good spatial awareness from that driver. And lets all of the boys sneak through. So nobody really got an advantage or disadvantage from that situation there. Bade now really has to stop focusing on what's in front of him and start to throw at least one eye across to his mirror with Dean McKay behind him, J-Man.
Yeah, well, it's going to be that way, you know. It's been very much a McCartan-Bade or McCartan-Rian battle for a bit now. And into the chat, Dean McKay, and these guys haven't seen Dean since lap 1 when he stage right exited, unfortunately. And I'm sure who that was that just disappeared off my screen there to come back. So it's literally Stefan McCartan's having a little bit of netcode issue. So that's going to throw a little bit of spice to the mix as well, because it creates some uncertainty for Jensen Bade and Dean McKay as that settles down, which is fortunate.
And actually it gives us, not only you guys might be able to see it on screen every now and then, but it actually sends our data software mental.
North.
It's crazy. Because it just doesn't know where he is. So we just get all these flashes on our screen just going, there's something happening, and there's not actually anything happening, but here we are. This is what is happening. So as we just look to and aft of Jensen Bade's car here, behind McKay.
1 second's the margin at the top now too.
1 second.
Yeah,
really?
Just refocus on the battle for the lead of this race, and we are lap 59.
And again, sorry to interrupt, J-Man, these boys come up just as we see I think it's either, it might be Smith this time in one of the out of position Ferraris, but a Mustang just out of the pit lane and looking very slippery. Who's that? That's Sebastian Bade in.
That is Sebastian Bade.
In the Mustang. Oh, so his brother just happened to navigate his brother spinning in front of him there.
Was
so,
it on a cold tyre?
On a cold tyre. I'm sure that Mustang had only just, yes, it had only just left the pit lane, J-Man.
Jensen Bade in full defence mode on D. McKay
Where?
now. Actually gives Stefan McCartan a little slip there. Lets him just grab a couple of car lengths as he went to full defence mode.
So, sorry to interrupt, J-Man, but while all that was going on, did we see Rian into the pit lane? I didn't pick up on that.
We did see Rian for stop 3, yes.
Yes.
Sorry, bouncing between Bade, McKay and McCartan. I actually had one eye on Racho White, closing this margin down to nearly a half a second. Yeah, 225 gets a warning for not obeying blue flag, so Dylan Shepherd not happy about the blue flag situation with Jason Begbie there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what are the lap times through
here we
this
go,
time
here we
for
go,
the
here we
race
go.
leader?
Bade in, and McKay.
Okay.
So McKay's going to cover him off here.
He does. So I can tell you at the top of town, it was a 46.8 for Skoudilis and it was a 46.2 for Racho White. So he's only a 10th away from his personal best as we got this battle on pit road right now with Jensen Bade and D. McKay. McKay's car had to back up a little bit. I wonder if that cost him in the grand scheme of things.
Maybe.
Let's watch these numbers. This is a critical one. We've seen how critical track position is here with the pace these boys are running. This will be a big dose of fuel at lap 60.
Well, Bade on the jack.
Sorry, 22.
So Bade obviously led into the pit lane, so it was on to the refuel. Oh, that's very quick off the jacks there from McKay. Bade still in the pit lane. Is he? So he's done an extra tyre. Because they fueled first. So Bade went up on the jacks before McKay. So they fueled.
Did McKay go up on the jacks? Did you see him?
Yes.
Okay.
There was only like a second or maybe 2 seconds difference between the two cars, which coincided with about the time they rolled into the pit lane, J-Man, across the control line. So interesting stuff there. I just wonder whether... Bade's put more rubber on this car. That's what I'm thinking.
For the run home.
Yeah.
What have we got? We've got about 21 laps left to run.
Yes.
As we see the leader, Skoudilis.
Oh, look, is this close or what? It's not a second anymore, J-Man. It's like a 10th. These guys incredibly close now.
Yeah, so Skoudilis was just a whisker faster last lap through. However, you can see it out there on track now. Racho White just all over him through 2-3. And they've got a lap car ahead of them, which can be favourable or not.
Well, to one or the other, or both, or not. You're right. Andrew will have to navigate this initially. Can be awkward, just not sure.
Car gets out the way.
Oh, here comes Racho White. Did he have to stay wide?
It was better for Andrew than it was Zach.
Wow. Very close. Who we got? We got Buchanan. We got Kirby. We got Timperley in the pit lane. J-Man Leon Fox and Thomas McCall.
What's your numbers? What's your numbers? Because this is critical for Dean McKay on his third and final stop. I've got him at around 38 odd seconds over a 45-ish for Bade. I tell you what, that could prove critical if he's safe for fuel home.
Well, yes. True that. Okay, so there we go. There's our times on the tower now. So who are we looking at? They're Bade and McKay. Yeah,
37.5 phase of 45.4.
But yeah, this is what I was saying. Yeah. Did Bade just shoot himself in the foot there, J-Man?
I don't know, because it doesn't look like a tyre race to me. So that,
and was McKay who he was racing anyway? You know, was it more McCartan and the like? You know that he was, and Shepherd was that who he was chasing? Was he just chasing third? Interesting.
Yeah. Rehan as well with 3 stops under his belt. He was slightly quicker at the stops than Bade, and he's right with him once again. We saw the positional change, and it was a gentlemanly agreement. You know, if Bade can't catch McKay, is there a switchback? I wouldn't think so. They'll probably go at it. Both of them very, very...
Scordillis looks like he's covering.
471. Who is that?
Benjamin Hignett. Maybe. Hignett flashing on my data, having all sorts of
That car is
trouble.
broken. It is crabbing. Race controllers asked him to tow if he needs to, and I'll tell you what, he needs to put that car in a safe position.
Okay, so we've got Zach and Scordillis to the pit lane. They're J-Man.
Safety car, mate. Safety car. We've got a car stranded on track.
Okay, so we're going to just quickly, on the GAMAFLARE Sim Racing replay, we're going to pick up on the Hignett accident here just quickly. And that car goes very hard backwards into the fence.
Does that hurt? Does that hurt the likes of
McKay,
Rehan, Bade, and McKay?
Well,
because these other guys are going to get a free kick.
Wow.
So they get the wave around past the safety car, does the leader.
So did the safety car come out because of the Hignett hit, you reckon?
Yes, 100%. They asked him to tow. He didn't tow. Was deemed unsafe on the racetrack.
Oh, here we go. Watch this. Well, look at this drop from Rattray White over Scordillis. Rattray White out. Now, I'm sure.
So, roles are reversed, Davo.
Okay, so here we go. Just on the GAMAFLARE Sim Racing replay. Watch this. This is the final corner before the yellow flag. So, Rattray White went past on
he did.
Scordillis. Yes. And then
was that before the safety car was called?
And then they both dropped into the pits because the safety car came out. So how is that?
Wow. Nick of time. Nick of time.
Well, there you go. Now, so Zach has, as you can see, we're just picking up off the roof cam. Over the rear of Rattray White's car. Thank you to the GAMAFLARE Sim Racing replay there for all of that action. Tough gig for Hignett. There, to see him actually piping up in our chat box there. Yeah, tough gig, brother. That was hard. Benjamin.
Okay, so we may see a positional change. Bryce Harding, Rehan, Leonard. So race control just trying to unpack whether that car got through before the control line at pit exit or...
So we're just getting the wave throughs now. Over the rear wing of Scordillis' car.
Okay. Okay, so Kenny Simpson likely going to be in a little bit of trouble there. Maybe a couple others as well, as they went past the safety car without authority. So lots of late race drama, Davo.
Okay, well.
Because you can see it there. Rattray White over Scordillis, Shepherd, McCartan and co, and cars flying past them, and rightfully so, because it is rather dangerous when guys are out there still trying to create tyre temp and guys haven't been given authority. We could see drama,
Well,
effectively.
look, when we first picked up on the boys following the safety car, and we can see now the boys are swapped out for our alternative, which is the SCNZ safety car. Thank you for our SCNZ stewarding team, and always got our backs. But we did, as we first picked up on the safety car, and the boys, well, Rattray White particularly, tucked in behind it, it was a Ferrari that just flicked past. I don't think the boys even knew he was coming. You know, like, and there was nearly contact, and then obviously they realised that they just had to sort of sneak off to the side of the track. So obviously over iRacing comms here, the SCNZ stewarding team and race control will be in the ears of all drivers here, and keeping them up to date on where and what is going on track. And so these guys, you know, need to be tuned in and up to speed. It's all part of the rules and regs for an event like this. And yeah, so if there might possibly be a couple of sneaky little drive-throughs for some untoward driving from some of the blue flag drivers there, but let's just focus on what's going on up the top here. So a little bit of exchange between Zach and Andrew. Zach Rattray White and Andrew Scordelis, first and second on the road at the moment, respectively. Just prior to that safety car exiting the pit lane or being called, as you can see, some more wave throughs there on screen. But so a little exchange of positions round the final corner, and then both the boys straight in the pits and back out on track in those respective positions as we talk right now. Shep still holding down that third position. McCartan over, here's the team, the OPR boys here, you know, really smashing it out here. So Scordalis, Shepherd, McCartan, look at them all. McKay, yes.
Davo, can you just give myself and the viewers confirmation? Sorry, just a little pit stop there. Pit stop, PIT. I'll just clarify that because we are on a general rated show. Welcome aboard, Sky.
Yes, welcome.
Dylan Shepherd, is he recorded as 2 stops? Still got 1 more stop remaining?
So here we go. 3 stops for Dylan Shepherd.
Okay, my data hadn't picked him up for whatever reason, so that puts him in play, and it puts him in play in 3rd position. So this is going to get super spicy for what we've got left to run. We've got what, the better part of what is it, 18 laps remaining, Davo?
18 laps.
Wow.
And it's been spicy. It's been well spicy. This is middle part of the race since the last safety car really did ramp up. You know, I mean, obviously, start of the race is always adrenaline filled and action packed. The boys did settle into a groove fairly quickly as we see Simpson through again. Oh, whoa. Nearly tagging Rattray White there.
Whoa.
So through at speed once again for Simpson. But look, yeah, after that first safety car, J-Man, the intensity really did ramp up there in pretty much across the field here. And I think the our safety car is in.
It's in, mate. We know what happened to Rattray White at the last restart. Look for him.
Look at him control this. Look at him try to control this now. Look how close they are, ladies and gentlemen. We are green.
Gets a good jump, defends that down to Sandonato this time through. No such measure of boxing him in. But I tell you what, Shepherd and Scordelis now.
Oh, look, they're fighting amongst themselves. They are super close. Oh, look, and here comes the 2 on Harding. So, Leonards. I called him Leonards the other night as well. Jensen Bade and Leonard both sneaking. Oh, and Harding
sideways.
Gathers it. J-Man. Whoa. And did he lose a position there? He did. He
2.
Actually, yes. So Holmes and Buchanan both sneaking on past there. Wow. a little bit of a Brown moment there.
Yeah, I can tell you.
Oh, he's done well,
Davo, based on the numbers, the gloves are off now. These guys will be fueled for home. They'll be safe.
This is a sprint.
And
even, look, so we got Bade and Leonards. Leonards wants to have a look.
Okay, sends it down the inside of McCartan.
So these guys, even the team drivers, so we just saw Rian being aggressive on Bade, but we're seeing it with McKay and McCartan as well in the OPR TriStar team. Guys, wow. So I think it's all team orders out now. You know, it's like, okay, we're racing to the finish line.
Oh, Harding
look
just put
at
a beautiful move on Will Buchanan.
And who the hell, J-Man, in that bright orange car? Zachary Hanlon in 12th position in behind Will Buchanan in the RER car. Well, we are up for a show here to top things off, J-Man. Doesn't it get spicy at the end? We love this. Here comes Sebastian Bade on Zachary Hanlon. Does he get it done? Hanlon's just like, nah, you'd have to do better than Matt, my friend. I think we got Timperley in the background. No, it wasn't. It was Greenhall over Edgar too, so the Ferrari passed. Wow.
So, gloves are off. We do
Gloves are well and truly off.
Retro White leading over Scudillas. Shepherd right in there still as well. They've gapped P3 though.
They've gapped P3. I just wonder whether Shepherd and McKay are having a little bit of a ding-dong between themselves. Here we go. There we go. There's the pass. There's the... there you go. It's like he opens the door. Holds it open, even. For Dean McKay. He's the one with the speed. Him and Scordalis. Now they're going to take it to Zach Rattray White. What do we got, J-Man? We're 66 laps in. Jensen Bay. Rian Leonage right there. Trailing, looking, searching. Is there going to be a mistake from the OP team boys up in front? I doubt it, J-Man. Well versed. Then we got Holmes, Harding, Kirby, Buchanan, and Sebastian Bade. Don't forget, Zach Hanlon. Bade actually just snuck past Hanlon a little bit ago live.
Oh, it is on. We've got the front two gone, and then we've got McKay, Shepherd, McCartan, Bade, Leonage. Little gap back to Harding. He called it as well. Sebastian Bade through on Zach Hanlon. Gets himself into 12th. Got Will Buchanan, David Kirby in the sights. Now, David Kirby has not been on our radar for a top 10 all day.
No,
and
far from
it. He has come from nowhere. Well, I wouldn't say nowhere, but he's obviously been quietly achieving. What's his pit stops look like? Everyone 3 in the box. We've got some cars made 4 stops. Crash in the background. I'm sure who it was. It was Shane Edgar.
Edgar on and off and on track. I think Greenall also off track in the background as well. J-Man. Stefan and Dylan. Well, did Dylan run wide or Stefan let him pass? Oh, it's on here. Jensen's going, oh, hang on, I want to join that party. And here we are, side by side, through that corner, J-Man. I've been waiting all day for that.
Yeah, that is tight, man. That you embarked on an agreement to do that.
Hey, let's see if we can actually try and pick some of this up on the replay here. Just watch this. And, oh, whoa, dude.
46.0, fastest lap of the race goes to Dean McKay. He is coming. More importantly, Retro White from the lead of the race runs a 46.1 versus Scordillas' 46.3 as we go to that amazing replay.
ramping up. Nothing we're not used to here.
Oh,
with
Sebastian Bade gets a black flag for an incident earlier on the restart.
Oh
with
no.
car 471. I think it was with Benjamin Hignett. So Sebastian Bade undone by an incident. I'll tell you what, he's worked hard to get back to that position.
Brother Jensen stuffs it down the inside on Shepard. Here comes.
Oh, and straight away the radio lights up. Shepard not happy about it.
Harding's amongst that.
Yeah, Bryce is in there. He's going to go around the outside. It was actually Rian trying to get back down the inside.
Oh, what just happened there? So, Bade past Shepard, Harding past Rian, all at once here. Let's try and pick this up on the replay here, ladies and gentlemen, so we can sort of unpack it a little bit here. Watch this. There's the first move, Bade on Shep, and then Rian gets caught wide here. There's Harding. They bunch up behind Bade. Whoa.
Sorry.
Yeah, go. What do we got? What do we got? Thank you to the GAMAFLARE Sim Racing replay there, J-Man. What's going on?
So McKay back-to-backs the 46-0s, goes a 46-0-17 initially, and then backs it up with a 46-0-72 to go into second position, straight past Andrew Scordilis, down into San Donato, turn 1, and now sets goals on what is a 1.8 second margin with, what do we got, Davo? We've got... what do we got? We've got around about 12 and a half laps to go, is it? Somewhere around there? 11 and a half?
Leaderboard. Thank you to the GAMAFLARE Sim Racing replay again. Yeah, so lap 69, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, out of 82. So, a dozen laps or so? 12? Maybe?
Yep.
13?
And
Something
I'll
like that.
tell you what, we've
Something
got
like
a
that.
grandstand finish between Racho White,
I'm
McKay,
excited.
Scordilis. It's a little bit of chit-chat in the background, as I mentioned. Heard in the recent past that obviously Shepard wasn't happy. I think maybe with
It was Bade.
Yeah, going through. And I mean, at this point of the race, given what's at stake, I think if anything's marginal, you're going to call it right just to try your luck.
Oh, well, yeah, you go test the water, don't you?
Yeah, you got to test the water. The crew are very astute. They know what they're looking at, and they've got God's angles up there, so they know what they're doing. So welcome aboard YouTube. Welcome aboard Sky 83. We're at the business end of the Matchfit Magello 450, and I'll tell you what, it is shaping up to be an absolute banger at the back end. McKay pulls that margin down to 1.3 seconds. Goes through with a 45.8.
Look at
Unclassified though.
Harding looking to go around the outside of Dylan Shepard. Shepard just losing pace here. The back end of this race. Harding getting pushed by Leonage. These guys. Harding, Jamie, just plugged away this whole race. Done him well.
Yeah. Thanks for your support, Humbug Racing. Condolences on the engine expiry too, mate. Come back for another crack. We're sure to be back here doing this again. Oh, I tell you what, Harding has just been achieving all day, Davo.
Oh, yeah, no, stellar job. Like I said, it sort of did, for pretty much half the race, he sort of hasn't come up on our radar, but we were calling him because he was just there all the time, you know, like sort of rounding out the back end of a train of cars. And here he is. The car looks pretty much undamaged. And, you know, and I've sort of been calling him. He hasn't been getting into a fight all day either. He's just been trailing these battles going on in front of him. But here, now, very much in a fight, sandwiched between Dylan Shepard and Rian. So,
Love the run this time too, as well, for Harding on Dylan Shepard.
Look at the pace on the BMW. Here we go. He's got him.
Well, he's
So
got the
I
outside
wonder
line.
Shepard's car is slightly damaged. Because that's... you know, I saw him do this. Oh, and here comes Riyadh up the other side. That pinched that hole.
Gets it done.
I think he had to cover off Riyadh there. Riyadh. Sorry, Riyadh. Now comes. He's just like, oh no, I've given that one away. Here we go. Well done,
Okay.
Harding. Bryce Harding. We applaud you.
So Racho White drops into the 45s now. There's only 2 drivers in this field that have done it, and it's Dean McKay and Racho White. McKay did it with a, well, it's actually unofficial because he didn't think, and actually neither is Racho White. So both of those times were white. So Bade's done the legitimate 45.961. And yeah, he will claim that.
Oh, yeah.
The boys need to do it
All day.
legitimately. So
Yeah.
Jensen Bade's got pace, and he's got McCartan in the crosshairs now, and Andrew
Yep.
Skodillis as well. So
Very much so. And I think, you know, what do we got? We got 10 laps to go. He's got at least one of those positions available to him. I think he's probably got McCartan's measure. McCartan, extremely hard man to pass, J-Man. Really knows where to place the car when it's not quite as quick as you'd like it to be. So he'll still be a tough customer, but you know, in a perfect scenario, Jensen Bade could be back on a podium here in a Matchfit Events race.
45.8 now for Bade, and that's legit. The two
That
boys
thing is
ahead of
moving.
him were 45s, but
So it's
not-
another
not
10th
classified.
off. Yep. Racho
To
White
Bade.
getting out in front. James, what is the gap?
1.4 still, mate. He is controlling it at this point of time.
Okay, Chase. Here we got Skedalis. Stephen McCartan, he will be under fire. He's literally right there now, is Bade. This is gonna get pretty intense pretty quickly for McCartan.
Yeah, and he's just been cleared of any incident with the move that he made on Dylan Shepherd on lap 58, so there's no issues there.
Oh, okay, yep.
The 66 car, he is charging. He'd love to see a podium here. You can see it in front of him.
Oh, well, he
It
literally
looks
can.
like-
He can see these two boys right here. He really needs to dispatch McCartan pretty quick, smart though, I would suspect, J-Man. To get it done and to get a chase on Skedalis, and then, I mean, Skedalis is so quick. Can he chase him down?
Well, he's actually the slowest of this trio.
Oh, okay.
Last lap through. Yeah, he was the slowest of this trio last lap through on a 46.7. Plays a 6.3 for McCartan and a 5.8. As we see a legit 5.9 now for McKay versus a 6.0 for Racho White. And that was a 6.2, so he's still 2 to 3 tenths faster as Jensen Bade than the two in front of him. He's just got to work it out, unlock the puzzle of how to get through the first one, and then you've got to go to work on the second one. The laps are not favourable. We've only got 6.5 to go. I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. No, we have.
Yeah,
Seven-
maybe,
7.5.
maybe a little bit more. Yeah. What are we at? We're lap 37. Lap 73, 37. That's my dyslexic head just tipping things to back to front. 73 laps so far out of 82, J-Man. So there's still some laps left. Yeah.
There are some laps left,
Yes.
and you look, all things going well. They're going to punch these numbers out to the end. We haven't even talked about fuel or tyres based on the fact that we had that late safety car. We'd expect them all to be in the sweet spot in respect to tyres and fuel. However, Jensen Bade, big send down the inside, a little bit of contact
man,
now on McCartan.
What a move!
Oh, and it's all ended up in drama and a rollover.
McCartan's going over! What? Whoa!
Oh my gosh. McCartan on his lid. So
Oh, let's unpack this, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to do it in slow motion too. Oh, does that bring a safety car or what? So it looked like McCartan had bayed back, and it just got awkward on the exit, J-Man.
I would hate to be Supercars NZ ruling that one, because that one's going to take some work to unpack. However, getting back to it, the gap now, 1.3 seconds to 1.4. It's stationary. Retro Riders responded. 46.052 to be his fastest lap of the race.
Wow. Just wow. Ladies and gentlemen, and we are still under green flag.
We are. Well, they asked him to tow.
Well, it was a well-beaten McLaren on every single panel, J-Man. I tell you what, I didn't see that coming. I knew there was going to be a fight, I just didn't think it was going to be that bloody.
Yeah.
So Zach running ahead of Dean Mackay, Andrew Skodalis in third position. Bryce
Harding's run.
Bro, you got to give it to him. Rian Leonard, after that little fracas between Bade and McCartan, is now up into fifth position. Bade not too far behind. Actually, Bade, well, that car is not pretty. That thing will be coming into the pits. Got Dylan Shepherd giving him the hurry up. That thing, it looks like a dropped crab. It is not pretty at all.
Nothing to defend with into 16.
No, he's just going to give it to him. It's like he's struggling. It looks like he's struggling to keep it on track. Does that car go into the pit lane? Probably not. He's going to want to try and ride this thing out with only 7 laps. Is that just way too many laps to drive that thing around, J-Man? Like, what's he thinking?
Yeah, well, it's a massive repair if he doesn't. And look, potential. We know that race control is going to look at it. I don't know which way that'll go. Like I mentioned earlier, Matchfit Entertainment is completely separate from all of that malarkey that goes on upstairs. So we'll leave that to them. And I've obviously got one earpiece in for that. Here we go.
Yes, yeah, we just like to be the fly on the wall, not the participant in that little discussion.
Okay, no further action on that. Jensen Bade gets the play on, self-penalising. So they maybe deemed that the McCartan car maybe didn't give enough room on exit. I'm not sure. Anyway, moving on. Bade gets the play on. McKay is still on the hunt. The margin is still 1.3 seconds. It is important because this is a big one, and we are winding down. We're at the business end. 75 laps completed of a scheduled 82, and I tell you what, I certainly hope we don't come down to a fuel situation here. Let these boys literally go at it, because 2 of the fastest men out there tonight are 1 and 2. Scordilis as well. He is in third. He showed his abilities earlier in the piece. You've seen the team games at play here today, and look, ironically, it is one of the team cars up there. One of the OPR cars is in second, but he was the one that had to fight back from adversity, obviously with a rotation and then a pit lane infringement. Pit lane stop, sorry.
Stellar drive, unbelievable. And like I said, before the drive-through, I thought, well, there's no reason why at McKay's pace that he wasn't going to get back onto the podium. But then the drive-through, I thought, well, you start questioning it. Is it able to be done? Well, there's the answer right there. Running in second position, tucked in behind that Rat Ray White, as is Rian behind Bryce Harding. There, J-Man.
2.5 seconds. What happened there, Davo?
Oh, okay. So somebody's
46.0 for Ratchet 47.0
McKay's
for McKay.
McKay's had a little bit of a mischief there somewhere.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. It's Scordilis. I hope we're pronouncing that right, Andrew. Bryce Harding, J-Man. Oh, look, again. Oh, the closer this race gets to the end, the more we mention this guy's name. He's just there. He's just like, I mean, he's been there all race, but like he's like right there, you know, like.
Yeah. With Rehan though as well, just a notable mention that Rehan will never ever give up. We get the privilege of commentating quite a few of these boys on a regular basis, and I can tell you now, Retro White is one of them, and Rehan is another one that they will play it right to the checkers. Jensen Bade's got work to do because Joshua Holmes is coming, and his car looks relatively tidy compared to Jensen Bade. Probably, most cars probably look better than Jensen's right now.
Just about everything on track at the moment looks better than Jensen's. So yeah, I would expect to see, well, easily Holmes to go past, and quite possibly Buchanan.
Rehan to the outside, easily. Bryce Harding does not contest that one iota. Has he got a fuel situation going with around about 5 to go? Because that just looked a little too easy for Rehan.
Yeah, held the door open there, J-Man.
Yep. There you go.
Did Harding. Thank you to the GAMAFLARE Sim Racing replay once again, J-Man. Well. Checks in the mail. Leonard there. So yeah, and as we were just talking about, as that just sort of unfolded in front of us, there, ladies and gentlemen, was Jensen Bade, the all-suffering Jensen Bade at the moment in a well-damaged car.
Look, that car was so fast. Fastest lap of the race recorded, 45.852. That was from that car. So. Yeah. Just how the fortunes change. So
I could easily see with we're on lap 77 at the moment, or 77 laps past. Jensen Bade, Joshua Holmes surely is easily going to sneak past that well-damaged number 66 car, and quite possibly Will Buchanan. The
Buchanan's right there as well.
Yeah, the RER car as well. So, a gift for Will. And Will is another one of those guys, J-Man. We've been talking about Bryce all day, but I think Holmes and Buchanan are playing that similar game where we just they've just been flying under the radar. They really haven't been getting into any strife. They're not in any fights. They don't get a lot of airtime, but they're just there. And towards the end of the race, here we are. Watch them chase down.
Sorry, mate. I just saw some numbers come at me that just entertained me, and it was Rehan Leonard running through on his personal best of a 45.861. That is perilously close to the fastest lap of the race against Andrew Scodillis's 46.9. So look out. If you think the podium's set, definitely third is in contention here for Rehan. Has he got enough time? I tell you what, he's got enough car pace to get there for sure. The margin is 1.033 seconds. Mate, Rehan is coming on strong at the back end and senses a podium. Wow. Got it under a second now. He is coming, Davo.
Does he have time? That is the question. The clock is a ticking, J-Man. "78 laps in. Soon to be 79 as they round the final corner. For the 78th time, J-Man winding down. We are ever so close. Rattray White, the Zach variety, getting it done. Starting to sneak his way through some lap traffic now, as is Dean Mackay, running in second. Scordillis, Andrew, as Leonards is Scordillis, conserving fuel.
Well, maybe, and Bade now in trouble because he has got Holmes and Buchanan all over him.
Oh man, this is inevitable. These other two Astons here.
Kay gets a black flag. McKay gets a black flag. What is that? Is that track infringements? Is that used them up? and that is going to change it. So that is a sure thing of a podium for Rayhan by way of McKay.
Wow. Well, J-Man, with 79 laps in, is that... I don't believe that. Really?
Who writes these scripts, Davo?
Well, I thought it was entertaining enough, I tell you. We were just... I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know anymore. We got Rayon chasing down Scordillas. And then we got Andrew's teammate, Dean McKay, with a black flag.
Oh, that is painful as he peels into pit lane.
Is this a potential second position for Rayon? Man, I mean, it's just crazy how this is panning out. All the pressure of Zach Runaway White, now J-Man. And here we come, Rion. And he has a crack at it.
Gets it down there into Santanato, turn one. Man, I did not forecast that. He just brings that gap, goes straight up to P2.
2 laps ago, we were wondering whether he was going to get on the podium at all.
Is Scordillas in fuel trouble here?
I think he is. He looks slower and slower. And look, here comes Harding. Man, these guys have got a couple of laps here.
Yeah, can Harding get himself a podium?
What? Oh, is this possible? I can't believe it. Wow. What a race. Right down to the wire, J-Man. We love this stuff. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up button, support Matchfit and all our affiliates in the process. And give us a big hi if you're watching from New Zealand live on Sky 83 Face TV. Wow. These guys putting on a show, J-Man. What a spectacle. Rattray White, massive lead. Obviously, gets to breathe.
McKay around, Davo. Sorry for the interruption there.
Okay, so McKay with a black flag. So he's been in and out of the pit lane.
Yep.
Anyway.
Yep.
But he's gone around as well. I've got to watch Harding here. I don't know what's going on. Let's get a little bit care of the GAMAFLARE Sim Racing replay there. So there's Dean McKay. Looked like he was just got a little bit snaky there.
Yeah.
And we'll just pick up actually on a better one here. Here we go. He's having to move on Will Brown here. And just gets it all kinds of wrong. I can't say that he ran out of talent. Maybe he just ran out of patience. Guy's well talented, but Dean McKay around, sort of unforced, pretty much unforced. J-Man, what do you got eyes on?
Harding, mate. I've got eyes on Harding.
Oh, here we go.
Andrew Scordillas for a potential podium here.
If Scordillas is in much trouble,
he's gone.
He's looped it. Harding
Contact with the back marker.
Harding through for a podium. I do not believe this. Whoa. Whoa.
Oh my gosh, it is just being flipped on its head in the final moments. Joshua Holmes made it through on Jensen Bade. Will Buchanan's lining him up now. So Bade in full defence mode for the back end. Talked about how he could hang on to this after the incident with McCartan and the front end damage of that case. Did a beautiful job.
Some of the incidents we just watched, J-Man, you couldn't have even forecasted a lap before they happened.
Yeah,
unbelievable, and there you go, Holmes through.
And in the meantime, we've got Rattray White. Rattray White about to start the final lap.
Cannon past Jensen Bade as well, J-Man. So nice work from Buchanan as well, gaining another position there, which puts him in 7th, I think it is. So
yeah.
Jensen's lucky.
Scordillas in the pit lane for fuel, Davo. He is in.
It had to happen. It had to happen. So here we go. Another big shuffle there. We knew Scordillas was struggling. His pace just dropped away dramatically. So Zach, Rian, Bryce, 1, 2, 3, J-Man. Is this the last lap? This is it. This is
it, mate. This is it.
We got Dylan Shepherd, Joshua Holmes, Will Buchanan, Jensen Bade, Zachary Handling. I'm going to call these out in a minute again. Because
a little slip for Holmes. Buchanan's coming.
You could not script this stuff. Oh my. Oh my days. We thought it was epic enough. And then we just go insert final 10 minutes of the race here. And it is just gone ballistic. Look at how hard these guys pushing. Holmes knows he's vulnerable to Buchanan. Both using all of the track to get it done. J-Man, Zach, Shaw, rounding and down into the final corner for the final time. J-Man here at Magello Matchfit Events, Magello 450, and look at the lead he has got with unbelievable, unscriptable. What a race.
It was cut in half by Rayhan, who comes through in second. It was at 8 seconds, finishes out at 4.6. Bryce Harding, take a bow.
Oh, I'd stand and applaud you, Bryce Harding. Dylan Shepherd sneaks across from fourth. Joshua Holmes and Will Buchanan, awesome work. Jensen Bade, so unlucky. Zach Hanlon just chipped away all day. Will Brown. And Dean McKay
gets a top 10, deservedly so.
Oh, and look, had a really tough start and a really tough finish to that race. I can't believe he's still in the top 10. Amazing stuff. Chris Taylor Beautiful. In 11th, Aaron Tipperley, Sebastian Bade in the Matchfit Entertainment Mustang, Leith Sweeney, David Kirby in 15th. Scott Alice back in 16th, J-Man, after, what an epic race for him. Controlling the race early stages. Nick Aston, Blake Greenhall, Shane Edgar, all coming around the final corner to complete the race. Jonathan Turner, Leon Fox, Zalowski. Seen that thing get into a little bit of mischief throughout the day as well. McCall. West, Team West Racing, Mercedes-Benz, Tobias Smith in 24th, potentially out of fuel, J-Man.
Potentially, and I'll tell you what, Aaron Tipperley got that scalp, and I tell you what, he's never going to let him forget about it.
These guys exchange photos. Like he will take, I know Aaron, he will take a photo of the leaderboard and he will send it to just go, hey mate, Smith is definitely out of fuel. Definitely 100% out of fuel. J-Man, wow, bro, mate, man, we've watched some races, I tell ya. We've done a few of these Matchfit events time, but I don't know. I don't think I mean, the Road America 450 in the Porsche Cups, the last one we did, was pretty epic at the end. But I don't know. They're just getting better. I don't even want to compare them because I just think they're getting better. That was amazing. That was spectacular. We've still got eyes on Smith here. He's trying to weave that thing down to the line here. Have we?
Look, we're starting to populate our waiting room with the podium drivers. Obviously, we do have Rayhan in there, who came home in second position. So I think what we'll do is we'll just grab them as we get them and give them our accolades. Because I'll tell you what, Rattray White's in there as well. So hopefully, if we could just have Bryce Harding in there in any given second, we could actually go from 3, 2, 1. So we'll just we go.
Amazing stuff. And we're just gonna quickly shout out a couple of our sponsors. We remind you guys to get involved with the Get a Sim competition as well. Get your phones out, scan these QR codes as they come up, ladies and gentlemen. Quickly scan that one, viewers, and you too can free entry for that amazing prize. Thanks to GAMAFLARE, Supercars NZ, obviously Matchfit Entertainment, Modern Racing and SIMBLACKS. Get involved with the Triple Crown, obviously with Supercars NZ and SIMBLACKS sponsoring that. They have got some amazing prizes, and actually Davo and J-Man giving away prizes in that as well for the best painted car. Look, if you want to sign up to anything, Matchfit events or Supercars NZ, remember to get amongst this, the SimRacing Hub app, ladies and gentlemen, for your phone, Google or Apple. Jump on that, and you can easily sign up for all of our events moving forward. Awesome stuff. Only dropped about 10 days ago. Get amongst it, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, all of our just a regular sponsors. Obviously, GAMAFLARE, SIMBLACKS, Supercars NZ. With the race control again today, and obviously thanking all our viewers here. But we're not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. Thank all our viewers.
Right.
But come on, let's do this, J-Man. Let's get something going on here.
Well, we haven't got Bryce Harding to the booth yet, but we will start at second position. And I tell you what, Rehan, no stranger to us, obviously part of the Matchfit GAMAFLARE Supercars NZ family, mate. Like, first and foremost, before we touch on that beautiful performance, how you feeling, mate, after what was effectively a good 2.5 hours behind the wheel, if not longer, if we calculate practice session qualifying? How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm very drained and tired after that, but it was a very solid race, and I think I finally had some really good pace at the end there. So it was very happy with the overall pretty clean race.
Look, you had mega pace at the back end, Rehan, and it didn't go unnoticed, mate. It literally felt like you played that one very, very astutely. Obviously, you're in the pack, yourself and Jensen, a little bit of a trade of positions earlier on, and it looked like when that last safety car came out, and certainly everybody up the ante, obviously most of everybody was fuel safe. You guys looked good towards the back end, but just talk to us about those early stages, that mid phase, where the mind was at, what the strategy was, and then obviously that push at the end. Just talk to us through those, I guess, those 3 phases that we saw in the race. I'm sure there was plenty more.
Yeah, had a decent quality, had more in it, but unfortunately, had cars in certain places or just made some mistakes. So we were slightly on the back foot for the start, and I didn't get a great start either. But it was just about playing it safe, trying not to get into incidents, which unfortunately happened to Jensen a few times through no fault of his own. But yeah, just keeping clean, saving some fuel, saving some tyre, and at the end, just really felt comfortable with the car, and it was good fun, good pace, and I think that really paid off at the end there.
And obviously you were there, you were coming with pace as well, and then obviously you saw Dean with that. I presume that probably came down to infringements and copped the black flag, and right at the back end, mate. I'm not sure whether Zach decided he needed to roll out or whether it was just legit pace, but at the back end, I think 47.6 last lap for Retro White, 45.9 for yourself. Cut that down from 8 odd seconds down to 4.5. Impressive run. Were you at all fuel hungry at the back end, or were you good to go?
I was still fine, actually. I was surprised my fuel usage didn't go up too much, and I think being good on fuel throughout the whole race is what helped us a little with that. And yeah, Zach didn't really need to push too hard at the end, just needed to make it to the end, but it's good to see that we had really good pace there. Even before that, we were still gaining on them a bit, so yeah, very happy with that race.
That's awesome, man.
Nice
That's
stuff, Ray. Like, seriously, truly impressive performance. And look, there's a lot of good people behind you. I think starting with Dad, but a lot of good people. So we're going to give you the opportunity, mate, through the YouTubes and Sky 83, just to thank all those people. And congratulations, Rehan. Stellar effort.
Yep, I'd like to thank GAMAFLARE, Matchfit Entertainment, the Broadcasting Lounge, Sky TV Channel 83, Hybrid Racing Simulations, obviously Will Brown and Jensen for the work behind the scenes, but especially Jensen helping me get up to speed on these cars a bit. It was really good tonight, and Dad for the good strategy and the help with everything, and everyone for the good racing.
Yeah, top effort, mate. Super proud of you, Rehan. Delivered once again, mate. Yeah, enjoy that one, and obviously got some reward for your effort tonight too. Obviously, some good prizes up on offer, good prize money off on offer. So well done, mate. Well done, and thanks for the chat.
Thank you very much.
There you go, there's Rayhan. Now look, Bryce Harding from P3 is in the comms box, so we're going to have a chat to him. We will get to the winner of Zach Rattray White shortly, but Bryce, have you got us on comms to start with?
Yep, got you loud and clear.
Mate, sneaky, clever, calculated, I'm not sure, but look, you snuck up on the radar. Wouldn't say it was late. Myself and Davo picked up on the performance. Probably, Davo, would you call it midway through the race? We could see that Bryce was just quietly achieving, had that thing wound up, but the back end, much like Rayhan, you really unleashed the beast on that one. And just talk to us about A, the qualifying, and then B, those early stages. How much management went into just keeping you cool and then letting a rip at the end?
Yeah, for sure. Well, for starters, qualifying didn't really go well at all. I never really pulled it together then, but I never practiced qualifying, so I just practiced, long runs and stuff. And I thought the BMW would have been a good pick for the long run. And so the first run, I'm sitting there waiting, conserving, waiting for everyone to start coming back to me, and they didn't. So then by the time I got to the second run, I was like, right, I've got to play things a bit differently here. I've got to push a little bit more, and then I just found a little bit more pace in a few areas, and but still wasn't risking everything. You got to be there at the end to have a chance. So not taking any unnecessary risks. And then obviously when we got to that 20 to go with the caution after everyone had pitted, it was business time. So that's the time to go. And that's what we did. I finished with no fuel in the tank, so I was doing two things at the end there. I was when Rayan was catching me, I was going, oh, if I battle him and get caught here, probably not going to finish the race. So it was a calculated decision to let him go with a big lift into one, and then I was hoping that he was going to catch up and then maybe have a battle, and that's how I'd get in while conserving the whole time. But
I don't think you were the only one, Bryce.
No.
Go with one eye on the gaze there at the end of the night. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, look, like for me, there's a lot of stories that got told this afternoon, early this evening, depending where you are in the world. But I tell you what, that was quite a special one, Bryce, because obviously with that, maybe less than ideal qualifying, and then just a lot of hard work put in, a lot of, I think a lot of discipline early. I think looking back on it from yourself, and then knowing when to go, and then, look, rubber the green, a couple of things went your favour, but, we talked about it. I think we talked about it, Davo, didn't we, when Jensen Bade was in the mix, and you were coming through there, and obviously, there's a few other guys, Joshua Holmes, Will Buchanan as well, late in the piece. And I tell you what, this thing got flipped on its head, but nonetheless, we could see the trend, and it was to the point where, I think last year we saw Zach Hanlon kind of sneak up on the radar. Sorry, not last year, the last event, and came through and took it. But yours was, I think we were a little bit more ready for it this year, but you were the guy that we could see just steadily moving forward, and then, but to literally unleash at the back end with all that pace, probably showed your hand of what you had at any stage of that race. Should have you needed to have gone, you had the pace to do it. Obviously, 46.557 last lap of 46.8 showed that you had pace to, 46.1, 46.907 showed that you had pace to be with those front guys. So yeah, truly impressive performance, Bryce. Well done.
Yeah, thanks guys. I was also battling with a few things. I was battling with the fuel gauge, and at the end of that race I had everything start shutting down on my computer. I lost Discord, and then I was losing my overlays, and all these things were shutting down. I know now that it was because my hard drive got full. I don't know how it gets full when I'm racing, but anyway, the hard drive got full, and things just started shit in the bed, and they were just crashing all over the show. I was going, oh no, it's overheating, something's going wrong.
It's a memorable one, Bryce. I swear this one will stick with you for a while, mate. And look, congrats, sure. And look, it wouldn't be Matchfit without giving you the opportunity to spruik some of the people that support you, or some of your sponsors, or whoever it may be, mate, because often we say it takes a good team to get yourself in this position. So, mate, if you want to give anyone a shout out, go right ahead.
Yeah, I just want to thank Sigma Sim Sports, Fastlane Esports, thank System Decal as well for the paint job, and I want to thank all you guys for putting this event on. It's really cool to get these events and see the caliber of drivers that turn up for these events. That's what gets me excited. Seeing the grid and going, oh geez, I don't know if I can match any of those guys. They're really good.
Well, you did today.
Thanks guys.
Yeah, a bit of self-belief Bryce, because I really feel like you deserve to be here, mate. So congratulations, mate, and look, no doubt we'll all be in touch in the near future, because you know, that third position comes with some good accolades as well. So well done, mate.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. And
Cheers, mate.
congrats to the rest of the podium as well. Rayan and Zach, that awesome.
Awesome, well said, mate. And look, cometh the man, cometh the minute. And I tell you what, another driver that's no stranger to Matchfit Entertainment, Zach Radaray White. Have you got us on comms?
Yes, sir.
Mate, seriously, I sort of had a little bit of time as I've been interviewing these guys to think about where to start with this one. And first and foremost, it was against the grain out there in the Ferrari versus the OPR boys. Came out in force. And look, I'm going to start with the qualifying. Obviously, you had a good run there to start on the front row, but talk to us about the pace dictation from the OPR boys, the boxing at the first restart after safety car. You know, like, what's going through your head? You know, you've got all this pace, they're bottling you up. What do you do about it? You know, aside from the congratulations we're about to give you, talk to us about those moments.
Yeah, figured we'd just go to the Ferrari and do something different, because we knew everyone was going to pick the Aston anyway. But you know, every car's different in different corners and parts of the corner and whatnot, so try and take your advantages and make them better, and try and fix whatever you're doing wrong in the slow stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
and
that paid off.
Yeah.
And then obviously, you could clearly see, or we could clearly see, what the plan was for the guys to back the pack up and fuel save. You guys went a hell of a lot longer than what I anticipated, so got to have a talk to ChatGPT and AI about their predictive fuel schedules, because you guys went well north of where I thought. You were a good 5 laps further than I thought you were going to go.
So what were we
however,
forecasting, J-Man? It was like...
I was sort of thinking 22 to 23, 21 to 23 at the high end. You guys comfortably ran it in there at, I think, 26 or 27 first in. We got that safety car, Zach, and look, I didn't think you did anything wrong on the restart. You just got boxed. But before I let you play on with how that felt and how you had to deal with that getting shuffled back, beautiful return of serve, putting the lap car between yourself, mate, because I'm sure you're aware of that move that you put on. I thought that was accurately played. But about that restart, you know, what do you do with that? You just got to deal with what's in front of you?
Yeah, well, I put on 4 tyres, and you can kind of guess what other people put on. Either they put on 2 or whatnot. But,
Sure.
because yeah, if they only took on 2, then obviously the other side of the car is going to be nice and warm, so they're going to have an advantage off a restart. But I knew that once the tyres came in and were warm, I'd have more grip than the rest of them. So problem was passing them, and obviously there was a lot of them. So yeah, it was hard to get past because they knew where to block, and what I think we had a monster in a straight line. So yeah, it definitely made getting up to the back of them very easy into turn 1, and I think they should probably work on getting a little bit lower wing. But yeah, I think they played their cards right. They did what they needed to do, but yeah, I don't think it was enough.
Yeah, well, it clearly wasn't enough, and I think that for me, the critical point where you got back through and then you dictated the pace and you forced your competition to run faster. I think for me that was critical to make Andrew try and drive outside the fuel window. Questionable, because I thought the Ferrari started with a smaller fuel tank than your competition around you, but obviously the burn was slightly less and you made it work. You definitely made the time, the lap time, but you made the fuel work. Obviously the safety cars played a big factor today. We've seen that before. However, everybody's in the same boat. Your timing, though, I think Davo called it live, the timing with yourself, and I think at the time Andrew was fortunate on the final one as to your track position. When you got in, you guys made it work.
The second safety car came out.
The second safety car. So, there's a lot of factors, but you put yourself at the front all day and made it work. And then, so for me, one of the points that I was interested about when you got back to the lead after the final one, and then Dean McKay started coming through, and you matched that. He got down to sort of 1.3, 1.4, and then you just held it there. Was that sort of you managing that gap, or was that the both of you maxed out, or do you think you were just sort of managing that pace? Because he got to that margin, and then it didn't get any better.
No, I had his number the entire time. Just
Nice.
keeping it just outside the draft,
Yep.
just around 1.2 seconds. So yeah, keep him there and think he has something to fight for when he really doesn't. So
Nice.
yeah, and I think when he got the penalty at the end of the race, I just wanted to get a bit of fuel back and make sure the burnout was big. But obviously he had a bit of sour grapes or whatever. But
Yeah, I saw it.
get him
I
a
don't
box of
think the
tissues
stream
and
saw
he
it.
can go cry himself to sleep tonight.
There you go. So lots of feeling out there. We love it.
We love a flex. We love a flex, Zach.
We absolutely do. And look, like I said, we're no strangers to Zach Ratro White. This guy performs at the absolute pinnacle every time we see him. And I tell you what, this one here is no exception. That was just a fantastic performance based on the fact that you had the car pace, you had the strategy, but you had to do it against a pretty formidable team that came out with a plan today, mate. So, you know, look, I'm stoked with what I just witnessed. Yourself, obviously, you put yourself on the top spot. And, look, I don't think by anyone's standards that's easy, because you certainly, everyone threw everything at you and you still come away trumps, mate. So, congratulations, and definitely got to give you the opportunity to thank all your supporters and sponsors, because that was a very, very special performance.
Yeah, well, thank you guys first at Matchfit Events, of course, for putting on the event, as well as the broadcast. Our sponsors, Core Temp Air Conditioning, 5-6 Sim Coaching, Lutsu Driver Performance, and Bowler Media, as well as Marino Morella in the background. He cooked on strategy and whatnot to put tyres on at the right time, and yeah, we made a bit of a rocket ship. We got a bit better in the corners, but you live and you learn. We were quick in the straights, so that's all we needed.
Yeah.
100%, mates, and obviously top spot, got some nice little cash reward for your efforts, mates. It's not a bad Sunday afternoon to go to work, and I tell you what, you really had us entertained in the thick of it for the most part of the whole duration. Actually, just
totally,
literally,
totally.
You know, whoever wrote that script, mate, sign them up, because they needed the guild for that. It was truly special to commentate, and mate, thank you for the chat, Zach. Beautiful.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Thanks, guys.
Cheers, mate. There you go. Zach Ratro White takes the victory here at the Magello 450. Davo, I don't know where to go from here. Honestly,
I think, yeah, look, just some really good points from Zach there, and yourself. You know, like, you know, we're talking about the OPR boys trying to control that race early on, and you know, early stages, it looked like they were literally.
Well, credit to them. I think they did a good job of it. Yeah.
Totally, but you know, like Zach, being able to force the issue and force them into running an alternate strategy, they really did suffer from it. I mean, Andrew having to stop for a splash and dash at the end. You know, like towards the end of the race there, you know, clearly, without them being able to control that lap time and that fuel burn, they really did suffer from it, with none of the OPR cars in the top threes. Go figure. J-Man, they look so dominant at the beginning of the race. So yes, who scripts this stuff? Oh my God, what an awesome
Davo,
yes.
Davo, have I got time just to cop a little word from one of our partners and the good people in the race control team? I've given him zero warning that I'm dragging.
Okay,
it
just
down.
get him in here.
Hopefully his mic is on. You got us on comms, Macca?
I do.
Hey,
don't be embarrassed. It's okay.
Yeah.
How do we find it, boys? Yeah. That was a pretty cool race. Really
mate, well, we thought it was fantastic. We're just literally saying who scripts this stuff, because they just get better and better. I don't know how you get better each time, but it just seems to. And look, we thought we'd just chime in. Obviously, race control, busy but not super busy tonight. I didn't think. We saw a couple of safety cars. There's a lot of feeling, a lot of passion out there, even right down to maybe after the finish line. But we won't dwell on that stuff. But you know, how did the race control team find it today, Shawnee?
We thought it was actually quite busy. Now, there were some dull moments, but I think we had like a 2-lap or 3-lap. After a safety car, there was about 9 or 10 incidents come flowing in. overall, we enjoyed it. As in race control, there's some good banter, as in trying to figure out whose fault was a certain incidents. But blue flags came into it today. There's probably a highlight from our end.
Yep.
People all over the racing line, not really just giving the leaders the right space. And when you almost turn the leader of a race, you'd feel bad, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So there's a bit. I don't know if you guys caught it, but there was that. And there's a few other incidents. But overall, we enjoyed it. We thought the track was good. Right? We thought the strategy was pretty cool seeing that play out. How did you guys find that going on?
Mate, look, honestly, from our perspective, it was epic. We kind of knew that there'd be a plan in place. We saw OPR go at it. You know, the story was starting to be told very, very early with obviously Retro White having an incredible car pace. I think the turn 1, turn 2 incident with Dean McKay and that sort of shook things up a little bit around OPR's ability to have a car leading and then back the field up. But we saw it with Andrew and co, and we could see the net plan for Retro White was to go fast. So I thought that was a nice little chess game that was going on there. I think the second phase of it, mate, was really entertaining on the safety car restart when they boxed him in and they made him go to work again. And you know, for us, I mean, you know, a lot of it's speculation, right? But for us, we feel like other than that, you know, J-Man got the numbers wrong around the fuel stuff, but it became apparent where we were at with it. It certainly became more apparent towards the back end as we saw some stuff going on, but just a lot of little things in there that I think enabled us to tell a great story today, Sean.
Yeah, that boxing was cool on the restart, wasn't it? All those OPR cars around Zach.
Oh, yeah.
Like, look at that. Oh.
Yeah.
And that just, it's funny, us hardcore supporters of sim racing and sport, that's our go-to juice to keep us fucking. Well, I really enjoyed that. I really, really did. I thought that was really cool to see. And then OPR not having it all their way, you know, with, as you said, the saving fuel, with Dean sort of. And what did you think about that incident? Dean turning down at turn 2 on lap 1. So that was deemed a racing incident because Zach made the apex and Dean turned down a bit early. So that was the race control call on that one, and it is what it is. So, but yeah, so with Zach out the front, they sort of, the OPR guys couldn't dictate race pace. Yeah, and I think you guys called that.
Yeah, look. To be honest, immediately I just initially go to that's certainly above my pay grade. So, look, I think you guys nailed it today. I think there's a few calls that I may have weighed in live, Sean. I think certainly the McCartan Bay one. I think that was probably not enough track space on the outside. I think the other one that was out of turn 3, also, which was I can't actually remember, but. That one there, once again, you know, Davo gave a great blimp view to see that there was track space there that they could have pressed on down a turn 4 together. I can't quite remember who the drivers were, but look, I think you guys...
that might have been Bade and... Oh, I'm not sure, I can't remember. It might have been Bade.
Yeah, it was definitely the Bade one was he got taken out.
Yeah.
Or Bade in one of the OPR cars, and it's just like... We sort of have a rule in race control. It's up to the car following to not hit the car in front.
Yeah.
And that was just straightforward. We didn't really need to look at that one too much. McCartan getting rolled. Did you guys jump out of the seat?
Yeah.
For that?
Yeah. No, we're all over it, mate.
So we did feel sorry for McCartan. He got a tap on the corner beforehand on the entry by the other
Saw
car.
that. Yep.
But then he just ran him out of room on the next corner. So it was like.
Yeah, tough gig.
Yeah.
Tough gig,
You
right.
run out of space, mate. That's on you. So
Yeah,
and
but
that was
bit
great.
bit of a conundrum, that one, because obviously you've probably got an arguable incident before it. However, not very arguable at the end of it.
Yeah. So how we, just so you guys know how we look at it is, yes, that car contacted with the carton. And didn't have the rights to the next corner, but then McCartan ran out of space. So if that guy got past, we would have done a redress if McCartan brought it in without that second incident, and we definitely would have called it a redress. But McCartan sort of ran him out of room, so that took everything out of our hands, really.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, but the roll was cool. I still like the roll.
Yeah, you don't see 'em- don't see, too often see the underside of these cars, that's for sure. Sure.
No,
Hey.
you see that underbody.
Yeah,
with
no, pretty rare.
everything looks pretty flat.
It's pretty rare. Need to
Yeah,
get
hey,
some
look,
logos down there sometimes.
Yeah. Hey, look, I guess the takeout from Matchfit as well, Sean, once again, you know, we've aligned ourselves with what we think are the best in the business at the moment, and, you know, yourself and your team included, GAMAFLARE and all our partners, you know, like it just enables us to deliver what these guys do. And, like, you know, fortunate for these guys, you know, sim racing, what a great time to be doing it. You know, they get coverage, they get it through the YouTubes, the Sky TV, you know, they get all these events organised, and I tell you what, you know the deal. You know, you've worked tirelessly with Davo and everybody else in the back of house to make sure these things come off the ground. I mean, we don't need to talk in amongst the three of us about how much work goes into actually make one of these things successful. But tonight, or this afternoon, was certainly one of those. It was very, very special.
It was, and congratulations to the podium. They deserve it. A lot of work goes into them as well. They don't just turn up on the day and race.
No.
A lot of hours. And thank you to the drivers, because from P1 down to P38, 39, or how many we had, the racing's so good. These guys put hours and hours and hours in practice. So, and hence why we need a race control, because there's no point spending those hours if you get taken out at turn 1 by a Forza driver, or what I say, or someone like that.
Now. We're not going to discriminate. Okay, just cut. We're going to shut that down now.
No, awesome, Sean. Hey, look, appreciate the time, mate, and no doubt we'll get to debrief the whole shebang in the coming hours or days as well. But truly, a big thank you goes out to you and your team.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fantastic work once again, Sean. Cheers,
Yes.
mate.
Thank you, boys, and cheers for your good call, and I look forward to watching it back. So thank you very much.
Legend, mate.
Sean McNamara from the SCNZ Race Control panel doing the live shooting today and always from Matchfit events. But today again here for the Magello 450 J-Man. What a great chat, and catch up with all of the podium, and a little bit there, just a little breakdown from Race Control at the end as well. Man, I'm out of breath, J-Man. It's usually a long day, one of these, but the end of that race was just next level. I am buzzing, I tell you. I'm fizzing, as the youth say, after that one. It was epic.
How quickly does nerves turn to excitement, Davo? Hey?
Oh, man.
Who would have thunk it?
Yeah, no, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. So, yes, look, thank you, viewers. And everybody that has joined us here today for the Matchfit Events 2026 Magello 450. Thank you, all our YouTube followers, all the legends that have tuned in today. I think the Sky guys have probably already left us, but if you're still listening, thank you for all our Sky viewers that are tuning in. Still, I don't think they are. But anyway, we are just going to run through a couple of things and thank all the usual people that we need to. We've got to thank, obviously, SIMBLACKS, always on board, Supercars NZ for race control and just being good blokes. The Sim Racing Hub for being on board. Channel 83, g'day guys. And, of course, GAMAFLARE for really helping everyone put this show on. Awesome stuff. The boys were driving for a $3,000 prize pool today, so that things were definitely serious. And yes, we will be dishing out prizes over the next couple of weeks to these guys. We're going to remind everybody to quickly get their phones out and scan the QR code on screen quickly, ladies and gentlemen, so you too can go in and enter free entry, so you can win this bit of awesome kit. Thank you to Mozza and SIMBLACKS and GAMAFLARE and Supercars NZ and Matchfit Entertainment for bringing all that jazz to you as well. But look, you definitely scan that code. We're going to have another race. We're going to have another event before the end of the year. So if you scan that code, win that stuff right there, you too could be racing with us in our next sim racing event at Matchfit Events. What that will be, I've got a bit of a clue, but I'm not going to tell you. Also, if you want to sign up for something else that's bloody awesome, it is the Supercars NZ SIMBLACKS Triple Crown. Just loads of prizes throughout this. 3 endurance driver strop races. Prizes. It is run over, hang on, I can give you the dates. It's 16th of August, 6th of September, and the 20th of September at the Bend, Mount Panorama, and the Sandown Raceway. That is awesome. If you want to sign up, you can see the little graphic in the corner there. It says sign up here, the Sim Racing Hub. What is that, you
Get
ask?
amongst it.
What is that, you ask? Yes, that's right, J-Man. Get amongst it. Here it is. Get amongst it, the Sim Racing Hub. So just jump on wherever you get your apps from, whatever your flavour is, get wherever you get your apps from, or scan that link right there. But yeah, just type in the Sim Racing Hub and get amongst that. That only dropped about 10 days ago, and I tell you, where do you think the 35 or 6 or 7 drivers signed up for this event right here that was at the Sim Racing Hub? So definitely get amongst that, ladies and gentlemen. It is not just sign-ups, it is a whole lot more in collaboration with GAMAFLARE, obviously Matchfit events, and Supercars NZ. J-Man! Oh, I'm out of breath. Is it
You've done a
time?
beautiful job, Davo. Thank you, my friend. Thanks to everybody that tuned in and viewed. Had a blast. Looking forward to the next one already.
We are. Absolutely. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Where am I going? I don't know. I'm going to paddock talk. We are leaving, actually. We will see you at our next event. Thank you, viewers. Actually, just quickly, before you run away, hit the like button if you love what you've just watched. And if you're new to Matchfit Entertainment, please hit the subscribe button as well. And hit your notifications. We stream 3 or 4 nights a week. So if you want to keep up with everything Matchfit Entertainment, that is the way to do it. And it supports us and all our affiliates in the process. Bye for now. Thanks for tuning in.